And a good morning to everyone, and welcome to Aging Positively Reunion Project, the annual Coachella Valley Conference aimed at providing practical information and inspiration for those aging with HIV. We are bringing together community leaders to improve the lives of older adults living with HIV for this virtual conference today, September 18th, which is National HIV/AIDS and Aging Awareness Day, and a day to call attention to the growing number of people living long and full lives with HIV and to aging-related challenges of HIV prevention, testing, treatment, and care. The conference will feature an HIV research panel of top experts discussing HIV and aging issues in our community, and we'll get started in just a moment. This conference is presented by Eisenhower Health. This year's event is the result of a unique collaboration among local service providers and organizations focused on improving the shared experience of older adults living with HIV. First, we'd like to thank our community partners, which you see on the screen now: Eisenhower Health, the Jocelyn Center, DAP Health, HARP, the HIV and Aging Research Project, also PALS, Gay Desert Guide, Let's Kick Ass, JFS, Association of Nurses for Aged Care, the Center, and Borrego Health. We'd also like to thank our sponsors today, including the ones that you are seeing on the screen today, many of them pharmaceutical companies who have helped pay for the speakers and the costs associated with this conference again this year. And a special thanks to Jack Newby. You can see the information on the screen regarding Jack and his help in putting this conference together from its inception. We'd like to thank him today. But we especially want to thank our committee members today, many of which, in fact, I believe pretty much everyone is with us today. JP, John Paul Allen, Christopher Christensen, Stephen Henke, Julie Hirsch, Valerio Avina, Brett Klein, Sue Lowe, Jack Newby, Candace Nichols, Rebecca Sandlin, Jeff Taylor, and CJ Toe. All right, we'll be getting underway in just a moment with today's Aging Positively Reunion Project. My name is Brad Furr, and I'm your host for today. And we are on Zoom. And I know many of us are used to using Zoom since we've been spending most of our lives on Zoom over the last couple of years. But just a few housekeeping items for our particular conference today. We have muted all audio. Once you logged in, you will be muted. And when we open it up for questions, then you can raise your hand and we can unmute you for the specific question that you may have. Please use that chat feature, which you'll find on typically the bottom right on most screens. And that chat function will be used to take questions. We prefer that you hold those questions until toward the end of the presentation so that all the questions are concise, and then we can pull those questions out and then start to open it up for questions toward that end. Now, one thing also to remember is that we have opened this up so that you may chat individual to individual. And in a moment, one of our next speakers is all about connections, and he wanted to make sure that because we've got nearly 300 people who have RSVP'd today, that you understand that there are, you can scroll through the screens and see all the various people who are on today. And you can also individually chat with those people. Again, just make sure in the chat function that you choose the person you want to chat with and not the everyone function, because you might say something embarrassing to the entire crowd today. Also with Zoom, just a reminder that we would like you to leave your camera on when you are able to do so. I know Greg, our first speaker, has asked that to occur as well. He likes the connections. He likes to be able to see individuals. So if you can, when you can, leave your camera on. We are recording this meeting today, so this could be used in the future, and by joining, you are consenting to be recorded. You can also select speaker view if you just want to see the speaker who is on the screen at that time, but there are other views that you can choose by the plus and minus buttons, et cetera, that you'll see on your screen. So typically our topics are 30 to 45 minutes in length, and that includes questions. If anyone has any technical questions during the conference, there are 3 Zoom hosts that you can reach out to in the chat. They are Brett Klein, Jeff Taylor, and Sue Lowe. Any of those 3 individuals will be able to help you out today. All right, I think that takes care of most of our housekeeping items today. And Jeff, I was going to throw it to you just for a quick second. I know you were going to just make a quick introduction of me, and then we'll start the session. I know we skipped over that slide, so that's okay. We'll make it all work.
That's all right. We can speak. We can still speak even if we don't have a slide. So this is Jeff Taylor with the HIV and Aging Research Project. As Brad said, one of the sponsors of the event. And we'd like to really thank Mr. Brad Furr from Gay Desert Guide for being our MC today, making sure everything goes smoothly. He's done this the last couple of years and has done an amazing job. So we're really happy to have him on board and doing this for us today. So thank you, Brad.
All right. And thank you, Jeff. We'll skip back ahead. I am honored to do this project every year. It's been a real labor of love, and we work throughout the year to plan this event. The committees, the people that you saw on the slides earlier, literally work. I see. I accidentally covered up my lens. Sorry about that, Sue. So the people that you see on the committee roster on that slide a little earlier work tirelessly for, I think it's 6 or 7 months out of the year. We start this planning process quite a ways in advance, and then all of a sudden, like in an instant, this event is upon us again, and we're all just kind of wondering where the time went. But a lot of work goes into the planning of this, and we thank each and every one of you for attending today. There will be a survey at the end. That will be another way in which to get some of the resources that you are going to be hearing about today. Not only will we be sharing those in chat, but we will also combine those resources and then make those available afterward. So if you needed a particular slide, a URL, et cetera, just know that that information will be available and it will not go into the ether. And again, we're recording, so in the future, this may be available on demand. All right, let's get started this morning. It is 9/12, Saturday, September 18th, and we are starting with a gentleman who has been with us before, and we absolutely love hearing about his 30-year plus survivor of HIV. He's been leading retreats and workshops for the HIV/AIDS, LGBTQ, and at-risk youth communities for over 25 years. Greg Casson started the Honoring Our Experience retreats for long-term survivors, which, like his other work, explores the healing power of community. And in the early days of the epidemic, Greg founded the Healing Circle and the San Francisco Center for Living, and led conferences nationally with AIDS, medicine, and miracles. And he's a granddad, as we can see in the photo. Greg Casson, welcome today.
Greg, can you unmute?
Just that hello? Okay, I see faces now. They took down the screen and I can see everybody. Okay, everybody that can hear my voice, I want you to wave. Wave to the camera and wave. Good. Oh, I see faces.
So I see Greg's got everybody waving at each other. It's great to see everyone.
That is so nice. Yeah.
If you could
you feel free to stay here with me, Jeff. I'm going to scroll through. I want to see how many faces there are.
Greg, I don't know if you could hear us, but we can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear him. Okay, so
I can hear him.
Would you just wave if you can hear my voice? This is Greg Casson. Good, 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 good. Andrea, I see you. Good to see you after a long time. Teresa, okay. Oh, then all of a sudden they all went quiet and it went to screensavers instead of their faces. Did someone turn that function off?
Nope, you're fine, Greg. Some people just turn their videos off.
Okay. So I'm gonna do a brief introduction of myself just because we all don't know one another. And in a perfect world, we'd be hearing from everybody. I see Hank Trout there, one of the editors of A&U Magazine. Thank you, Hank. Oh, it's so nice to see folks. I can't go through all the names, otherwise that's all we'll do. So let me just do a quick intro. It's such an honor to be here. It's so great to be. I want to just acknowledge the crew at Palm Springs and the community that you guys have created, that you folks have created. I want to tell a little bit of my story just so that folks know who I am. It's always interesting to know, like the background and how someone got where they are. I tested positive around 1985. I tested, how many people are like long-term survivors? Raise your hands. The folks I can see, how many people have been positive for over 20 years? Raise your hands. And how many people over 25 years? Raise your hands. And how many people, now I'm not leaving anybody behind. Everybody matters here. Oh, are you doing that for me? Did you just move it for me, Jeff? I have magical powers. I'm surprised at how well I'm doing with this thing. Okay. So,
doing great, Greg.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Jonathan Goldman. I have to say hello to some of these folks. Sorry. So you get all kinds of permission. You give into your 60s and then everyone forgives all the mistakes you're making. Martina Clark. Everybody's, here's something that we're going to do. If everybody knows how to go through, Terry Lynn, I see you. Folks that know how to use this without like blowing up their computer, press the little arrows and go through and see some of the faces. See some of the faces that are there. Make sure you get a chance to see them. Oh yeah, and I know that you're doing that because I could see the incredible concentration, and then all of a sudden we're seeing inside everybody's nostrils as we get closer to the computer. So look around. So this is how I'm going to start. As you're looking through the different faces, I'm going to do a little meditation for us. I want us to recognize the healing power of community. That when we come together, now in the early days of HIV, and some of us know those days, of AIDS when before we had any treatments, and some of us were going to the support groups, some of us were going to places to learn meditation, some of us were going to healers, some of us were doing all that stuff that they call touchy-feely, going to those groups, the hands-on healing, all that kind of stuff. That was all considered kind of, well, just like I said, touchy-feely stuff. And the thing that is so powerful now, and the thing that's so powerful about us coming together right now, this work that we considered touchy-feely, this work that was considered unimportant and superfluous, is work now that is completely recognized as incredibly important part of one's well-being. That coming together here, so even though we're not getting to do it, coming together in a conference, being in the same room together, the coming together and the building of community has such a profound healing effect that even now, I have the book and I put it somewhere because I was reading it last night. The Surgeon General of the United States wrote a book, and the title of his book, and it's all about wellness, the title of his book is called Together. And what he wrote in his book, he said, and I was listening to the video with Brene Brown, that social connection and having a powerful healing community, that you have this sense that you are not alone, that you are part of a whole, that is so incredibly important, that it is a greater predictor of one's mortality is isolation. It is a greater predictor than obesity and being a smoker. That being isolated, because we all know when the early days, maybe when we were newly diagnosed, listen, we all know that stigma still exists today, but in the early days of stigma and isolation, when we were afraid of coming together, when we were afraid of letting anyone know about our status, the amount of isolation, and it affects everything. It affects getting into care. It affects caring enough about yourself to be going to seeing a therapist, to be seeing your doctor, to be compliant with your medications, right? I want everyone to make believe we're in church and you're nodding your head and you're doing an amen, okay? That's right, everybody's here. So when we're looking through these faces, yes, I saw that, Jeffrey. When you're looking through these faces, I want us again to think, just for a moment, close your eyes just for a moment. And I want us to honor what it took for us as an individual. What did it take us to get to the place that we are in our lives today, and to get to be sitting in this seat and to be getting to be here today? What obstacles did we have to overcome? What incredible bouts of illness that we may have had to overcome. Some of us having to deal with the stigma of being gay, of being queer in our communities, of needing to come out to family members, losing the supportive community and family members. Some of us as hetero people, as women living with HIV, the stigma that some women didn't even get diagnosed because the doctors weren't even testing them for HIV because of the stereotypes of what an HIV positive person is or who an HIV positive person is. And again, let's look at the camera and let's look over the screen and just see what kind of resilience is on this screen right now. What kind of experiences are on this screen right now? We have so many stories that we get a chance to learn from, so many people and so much courage that we get a chance to that hopefully at some point today, and a little bit today in this session here, to hear from some folks. So I want people to look around and to see, is anyone seeing anybody? I'm just curious to know, in your looking around, has anyone seen anybody that they haven't seen in a long time, that they haven't like been in a room with or been communicated with in a long time? Raise your hand if there's somebody here. And if there is somebody here, please please write about it in your chat or write a hello to that person. So I want to tell a little bit about the work that we do, and I want to do this to take a moment to acknowledge again the community of Palm Springs and the work that long-term survivors are doing. That it was around 2013 that people started recognizing, and I would be interested to hear from Palm Springs to see if it was even sooner than that. But I know in San Francisco that it was around 2013 where people started talking about this concept of long-term survivors and this concept of like, we got to bring us back together. That it was a point where so many people being on disability, so many people were being isolated because the only time they were being together was going to walk their dogs or going to pick up food at Project Open Hand or something like that. So there was so much power in this idea of, oh my God, like we have this whole community of people, with shared experience, and we have nowhere to be together. Like we're all like living in our little studio apartments with that TV on, which it's one of my best friends, unfortunately. So so I want to take this moment to acknowledge the community of Palm Springs, but also to acknowledge that in like 2013, we started meeting with folks from the San Francisco AIDS Foundation, and I started meeting with a couple of buddies of mine, and I had worked in I have to look at this. It's soon. I had worked with a group called AIDS Medicine and Miracles, and I had worked with a group called the Healing Circle years ago, and took off from that. It's San Francisco, the AIDS Medicine and Miracles organization had faded away, and all of a sudden there was no places where long-term survivors, where older folks living with HIV were coming together. We started having meetings, and we started meeting with a group of folks to talk about doing this program called Honoring Our Experience. And Honoring Our Experience is exactly what I hope will be happening today, at some point today, where people get a chance to share some of their story and some of their experience. What we find is that we get so much inspiration and so much when we hear stories of resilience. Isn't that true? That when we're with one another, in group, I see you nodding, Terry, that when we're with one another and we hear these stories, it can be stories of people walking through fire. But when you hear those stories, you think to yourself, holy shit, if she can do it, I can do it. We lift one another and inspire one another. I want to take a moment and see if people can put in chat, like how long have they been, for the folks that are positive. There's a lot of allies here. I see Bill Beiersdorfer. Congratulations on surviving your replacement. So put in the chat if you want to, and you're long-term survivor, put in the chat how many years that you've been positive. And let people see that. Let people see like how many years and what kind of wisdom and what kind of experiences here. And one of the things I want to do, also in looking around, one of the questions that we asked earlier is, if there's anybody here on this screen that when we're talking about reconnecting as long-term survivors, if there's anybody in this screen or any group on the screen that was a support or a help to you. Is there anyone, so flip through this, is there anybody here that made a difference to you, that helped you, that brought you out of isolation, or that helped you in the time when you were struggling? And I want to let people get a chance. So this is one of the things that we do at Honoring Our Experience, is we always take the time to practice gratitude and to acknowledge that it matters that we come together. It matters that we join together as a community together. It matters that we lean on one another, that we share our stories of resilience and hope, and that we lean on one another when we need to hear from another or we need the support of another. So I want to ask if there's anybody on here. I see you, Harry. Hi. I see you, Paul. Hi. I would like to ask if there's anyone would like to share a gratitude of somebody on this screen, of somebody here that they just like to say a thank you to. So I don't want you to be shy, okay? So I'm going to ask Jeff Taylor to look around and to see, is someone willing to say hello and to share a little bit of their story with all the people that are here? And I'm going to let you look, Jeff Taylor.
Yeah, I'm checking. If you could raise your hand.
I see someone said, so go ahead, go off. Whoever it is, I just saw a hand raised, so go ahead.
I'm happy to share.
Please do. Everybody say hi, Martina. Martina is her book is coming out in just a couple of weeks. And I'm going to introduce you. Martina was the first out HIV positive person hired by the UN to be in the UN AIDS program. And she started her work. So she was this little white girl out here in the Bay Area, and she tested positive, and she was coming to programs, and we were meeting with her, and all the women's programs, they support each other for about 20 minutes, and then they all get together and they train them how to become warriors. And Martina went out, worked with UNAIDS, and then we never saw her again for 25 years. And she just the book, and it's going to be coming out in the next couple of weeks. Okay, that was it. Thank you, Martina. Go ahead.
Now I'm going to look like a plant because
No.
I wanted to say thank you to you, Greg, because the Center for Positive Living, when I first tested positive in the Bay Area, it was a place where I felt like I was home, and I could always go there and find people and find community and not have to lie or make up stories or anything. And it was a safe place. It wasn't a doctor's office. It wasn't a support group in the sense that I had to spew stuff I didn't want to talk about. It was just a safe, wonderful place to be. And I actually thought it was your house for a long time.
What?
Yeah. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So please, somebody else, I would love, thank you, Martina. Somebody else who'd like to share and say, acknowledge somebody that's on this screen, somebody that's here. You can't be that shy. There's 80 some odd people on this.
This is Jeff. I'll jump in. I put it in the chat, but I would like to acknowledge Tez Anderson, who really elevated the issue of HIV and aging when he came out, as a long-term survivor and coined the term AIDS survivor syndrome. I think it made a huge difference in giving a name to what people are experiencing. So I'd like to acknowledge him and his contribution to what we're all doing today.
And Jeff, Marjorie had her hand up. So I wanted to acknowledge.
Yeah,
Please, Marjorie.
I'm unmuted. I also came to the Valley in the 90s positive, and the Desert AIDS Project and a lot of the people here in the Coachella Valley were really relevant to me for support. And Jeff Taylor was one of those, but there were many, many people that helped support me and guide me through as a positive woman who was still working at that point. And I really, really look back and say that I survived because I had people that were in my life that edged me on and spurred me on and got me the information that I needed and the help that I needed. And I just, it's valueless. It is just absolutely the most enduring part of my soul that I'm here today. And I'd also like to comment that Andrea DeLange and I were in a play. I was diagnosed in Los Angeles, and Andrea and I were in a play produced by Michael Kern called AIDS Us Too. And it was just a group of people that of all different experiences and colors, including mothers and fathers that lost children, that got up and stood in front of the stage and told their story in bits and pieces. We kind of rotated in and out with our adventures with HIV. So I want to thank her. She's here today too. So I just am very grateful.
Fantastic, thank you. Someone else.
Hank Trout has his hand up. Go ahead, Hank.
I also wanted to acknowledge Tez Anderson and his work with Let's Kick Ass. I went to the very first town hall meeting that Let's Kick Ass held, and there were about 200 people there. And I looked around and it hit me that I didn't know anyone in the room. I'd lived in San Francisco for 40 years and I didn't I didn't know that this entire community was still out there. I think a lot of us had that same experience that first night. And so I just want to thank Tez for, it was his work that awakened me to the fact that, I belong to a community. I'm not by myself. So thank you, Tez.
That one day thing that we did that evening at the LGBT Center, yeah, we had about 200 people there. For some of us, knew nobody in the room, and there were some of us who didn't know that the other people were still alive. They were like, it was a family reunion for some of those folks, and it was incredible to so many of us living on disability, so many of us, we weren't in school, we weren't in jobs, and we had no idea who was still around. We were not bumping into each other. We were not out on the streets a lot. And the amount of healing that has taken place from recognizing that there still is a community, and that there is a community of shared experience, and a community that has walked through so much and has so much. I think so many people that long-term survivors, we just were having a session on, we do a writing group every Thursday nights on Zoom. And one of the conversations we had were how so many people are comparing themselves to peers that didn't live through the early days of the epidemic, or didn't lose everything because of their HIV status, going on disability for 10, 15, 20 years. And have this self-esteem of like, they're not living up to their potential, that they're not doing that they don't have the kind of money that, and own their own home and all this kind of stuff. And we had to do a whole nother resetting of, we did do something. For years, our full-time job was taking care of our fellow brothers and sisters in San Francisco. For years, our full-time job was taking care of our health and going to doctor's appointments and doing everything that we possibly could to remain well. For decades, we did that, so that yes, we have so much to show for ourselves. In the people that we proved ourselves to be, we have so much to show and so much to be proud of as these long-term survivors. So yes, and thank you. So that was an incredible meeting. Those 200 people that came together. I had been living on disability, I think, for 15 years. And my particular thing was, I didn't need to be on disability, but I didn't know how to get out of disability. So every day I was like, please don't let me die on disability. Like, I wanted to be working again. And at that meeting, I met the people that would hire me after like 15 years. And I have no degree and nothing, and just Joe Schmo, but they hired me. And they've been complaining ever since, to tell you the truth. Okay, tell me how much time we have, Jeff.
We've got 4 more minutes.
Okay, good. So I want to see. I would like one person from Palm Springs to share what community, and besides Marjorie, thank you. It's nice to see you again. Someone else to just acknowledge the community in Palm Springs that you've created, because I think it's really important for us to acknowledge like what we've created and who it is that is providing this source of care and nurturing for us. Is there anyone that wants to jump in and just say a couple of words before we close? And I can't see everybody, so.
I'll jump in. Hi, everybody.
Kristen.
It's Nicholas.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I just want to acknowledge I don't consider myself a long-term survivor because I've been positive since 2007. And I know for a fact that my experience was very different from many of the people in this room. But I was an activist as far back as the early 80s around the issue.
Wow.
And
the reason I spoke up is I'm actually sitting in the affordable housing complex of DAP Health. And this room is filled with people that have made my life better. I mean, everyone, frankly, in this room who's been willing to express their truth in their own unique ways over time with courage and grace has transformed, the world for all of us. And I just think that Palm Springs is a beacon of light to the world, as evidenced by the attention the community gets throughout the world's leadership and the issue of the fight against HIV and AIDS. For example, David Brinkman has been invited to the White House on 2 occasions, among the many heroes and heroines and theys and thems in the room. So I just have the life I have today because of all of you, and want to thank you.
Oh my God, beautifully said, Nicholas. Thank you. Thank you. So is there anybody else? I want to just look around and see. This is really fun. The last year when I did this, I pressed a button that made the whole screen of faces disappear. So I did the presentation for 30 minutes talking to my blank screen. It wasn't pretty. I want to close. Let's take a deep breath together. And I want to end the way that we started. I want to acknowledge the resilience and the power in this room. I want to acknowledge the allies in this room, the HIV negative allies who lived through this, who cared for folks that were HIV positive, partners that were passing away. I want to honor the people, the long-term survivors, living with and growing old with this, with HIV. I want to acknowledge the amount of resilience and courage and compassion in this room. And I want for each of us to acknowledge what it is that we walk through, all that we have accomplished by living our lives fully. And I want us to recognize we have no idea of the inspiration and the strength that the person sitting next to us, the person on the screen next to us, we have no idea what kind of hope and inspiration they can garner from us, just from us being present and us sharing some of our stories. Don't ever underestimate the power of you being part of community and sharing yourself and your story with the people in these rooms and the people in your community. Every single one of us is needed. Every single one of us. We never know what the person next to us is in dire need of, and what just us sharing and being out there and sharing a little bit of our story, what hope we can bring, what love we can bring, what transformation we can bring into somebody's life.
Beautiful.
I'm so grateful to everybody. I'm so grateful to this community that's come together. Like Palm Springs, you are this little beacon, and now we all get to like get the graces from you because we're all on Zoom. That's been so much fun. Oh, so I want to say something. So I do programs in San Francisco. So we're doing stuff on Zoom. So if you look into Honoring Our Experience, it's a Facebook group. And we will be doing, oh God, we will be doing one of these days in-person retreats again. And we do them up at a retreat center called Saratoga Springs. And they are in really, really diverse. There's always greater than 50% people of color. There's 50% women that come to the retreat. We have trans women that come to the retreats. It's such a great experience, and they're just wonderful. So I want to just give a big thank you to the people that shared, thank you to the people that are coming together, and thank you to the folks that put this together and bring this space for us to come together. Just remember that we're all still there, even during this COVID time, and there will be an end to this COVID. I do believe it. Everyone said, no, we're going to be wearing masks forever. We won't. We won't be wearing masks forever.
Greg, thank you so much today. That was a wonderful. Let's give him even a silent round of applause, even if you're muted. Please, everyone, acknowledge Greg Casson today to start out our Aging Positively Reunion Project Conference. It is 9:43 Saturday, September the 18th. And Greg, I can't think of a better way to start off today's conference with the whole idea of honoring our experience and the words that you provided today and some of the feedback that you got, and just acknowledging the people that are all here together. Right now on screen, I see 100 participants. People will be coming in and out throughout the day. We have, I think, nearly 300 that RSVP'd for today's event. And I know some people are just coming in for portions of this. But Greg, yours was certainly worthwhile and a great way to start out the day. So thank you. All right, let us continue now. We are now going to be joined by Dr. Daniel Lee. This next segment is called Keeley Meditation. Daniel Lee is a board certified internal medicine physician. He provides primary care services, specializing in caring for individuals with HIV. He's part of UC San Diego's health system and one of the nation's outstanding primary care centers for HIV positive individuals. Along with his certification, he's also credentialed by the American Academy of HIV Medicine as an HIV specialist. And his philosophy in providing quality, compassionate care to those affected by HIV include building a strong rapport with patients and furnishing them with information that will assist them in decision making. So he's been providing that care to patients for over 15 years, dedicated to continuing that mission. And today we are going to learn about Keeley meditation. Dr. Daniel Lee, welcome.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here with all of you today. I think that the information that was about me was probably taken from an old website quite a few years ago, because I've been doing HIV care now for almost 22 years. So I've been around since 1998, and I know that many of you have been positive actually much longer than that. But it's always great to be here. I certainly wanted to thank Jeff Taylor for always involving me in this. And so today I'm going to talk about Keeley meditation. There was a slight error on the slide. It's spelled K-E-L-E-E. I am actually going to go ahead and put in some information about if you're interested in looking more about it. Some people said, oh, if it's has Lee in the in part of it, did I have anything to do with creating this? And the short answer is no. We'll talk a little bit about that. So I'm going to ask if can you bring up my slides, please?
Yes, we're bringing those up now.
Perfect. So all right. Do I have control, or do I just say next slide? Probably.
We'll advance it from our side.
We'll advance it. Okay, good. So, so just a little bit of disclosure. I work with the Keeley Foundation quite closely, but I'm not a paid member of it. I have written, or at least kind of co-written a book. I'm actually in the middle of writing a book for medical students and residents. I teach medical students, residents, doctors, but also patients about Keeley meditation, how it can help them. This talk that I'm going to give is a very brief one. I can probably talk hours about this. I could do a whole conference on this. So I'm going to really try to give you a little bit very quickly in 30 minutes. I've been doing Keeley meditation for now over 15 years. Next slide, or next. I guess we're little slow here. Okay. But I wasn't always open to meditation. And so I was like this girl, right? And, you know, of course, I'm a physician, right? So I work at the Owen Clinic. I have my own patient panel. You know, I've been trained in medicine. And I think, as Greg said, you know, meditation and some of these things are considered touchy-feely. And so why am I, as a physician, talking about this? Well, really, I think, you know, it's certainly came to my conclusion that, you know, there's only a certain amount that medicine can do. And certainly the HIV medications have done very well in terms of keeping people healthy. But that doesn't always necessarily address the mental side of things in terms of being HIV positive. And I am privileged to work with many of my patients. And today it's nice to hear some of these stories about resilience, because usually the discussions that I have with my patients are usually about their struggles and the challenges that everyone has with being HIV positive. And then, so I've found that meditation has been very helpful in this realm. And I'm glad to be able to share that with you today. Next slide. So that's kind of what led me to talk, or to do Keeley meditation myself. My story briefly, I had a breakup in a relationship, and my partner at that time was actually doing this meditation. And you know, when you're in a relationship with someone, you dabble in what they do a little bit of what you do. And so I had actually tried this during our relationship, but I think things were fine in my life, so I didn't really see a need as to why I needed to do this meditation. But it wasn't until after we broke up that I really felt like I needed to try something. And this was what I tried, and it was really something that has been life-changing for myself. I will talk more about what this diagram represents and how to do this meditation, which is just a 5-minute meditation twice a day. Next slide. So what is the Keeley? It's a word to describe this energy field that exists within everyone. The word itself, Keeley, means vessel or receptacle in Greek or Hebrew. The Keeley represents is really, it's the receptacle of our life experience. It's what, you know, life is really made up of our thoughts. Of course, our thoughts occur in our head, in what we call the lesser Keeley that you can see in the diagram on the right. But it's also made up of how we feel. And we know that our feelings come from within us. We do not think feeling, we actually feel it, and it comes from our, you know, our heart, right? That comes from down here. And so this region called the greater Keeley is this region where emotion wells up from. We've all had the sensation of having emotion come from within us, and it comes from this space in the greater Keeley. So Keeley meditation is unique and different than other meditations because there is this, what we call the anatomy of the Keeley, which is shown here on the right, which can be felt and experienced with practice. And so there's 4 terms there that you see on the right. There's something what we call the conscious awareness. And your conscious awareness is, for lack of a better term, it's whatever you're consciously aware of. So right now, your conscious awareness is currently directed using your eyes, directed at the screen, and also using your hearing sense to listen to what I'm saying. So currently your conscious awareness is being directed outside of you to look at stuff, to listen to stuff. This meditation practice is learning how to direct your conscious awareness within yourself to start to become much more aware of your thoughts, but also how you feel. You might say, well, I'm already kind of aware of what I'm thinking or feeling, and that may be true. But the challenge for most people is that they're constantly aware of all the negative thoughts that they sense or that they are thinking, and also all of the negative feeling that you're sensing as well too. This practice will help you to identify that within the greater Keeley, there's actually a space that actually feels good, that you can actually find within yourself. And that is the goal of this practice, is to learn how to get out of the thinking process, because we spend most of our time there. And if you're like me and like other people, what's usually there is a ton of brain chatter, right? We all have a ton of brain chatter. And that's many times why we can't sleep, right? Because we keep thinking. Well, if you can learn to relax and relax into this greater Keeley space, you'll find that you can actually calm down this chatter. And guess what? You can then relax and you can actually fall asleep better. And so improving sleep is one of the things that this can help you with. Next slide. So Keeley meditation is this 5-minute meditation practice. It's ideally performed twice daily, once in the morning, once at night, helping you to develop what we call stillness of the mind. You probably say, well, all meditations say stillness of the mind, right? And on some level they do, but I think that I'm going to define it a little bit more strictly here. Stillness we define as absence of distraction from the 5 physical senses. So the visualization or paying attention to senses, or paying attention to breath, paying attention to heartbeat. Those are all associated with the senses, but also absence of distraction from the thinking and the thoughts. Why is that considered stillness? Well, if you're constantly thinking, interestingly, when you're thinking, your body stimulates adrenaline. If you're using your 5 physical senses, you're stimulating adrenaline to do something. If you're technically stimulating adrenaline, I would argue that you're not really at rest and relaxation. However, if you can relax and calm and not have thoughts and not be using your brain or intellect to pay attention to sights and sounds, and get into more of what we call a relaxed feeling, mental feeling sense in the greater Keeley, well, guess what? Now you're actually in rest and relaxation. And that has many benefits from the mental side of things in terms of calming down the brain chatter and all of that stuff, but also from the physical standpoint. How many of us have had headaches, stomach aches from negative interactions from talking to someone, or even perhaps seeing your doctor and getting triggered by stuff that they tell you? That happens all the time. And you might go home and then all of a sudden you have a stomach ache, or all of a sudden you feel tension in your physical body. So we know that, living life can trigger you, and that can lead to tension that you can feel in the physical body. This will help you to relax the mental tension, which will relax your physical tension. Next slide. So what is mental stillness? Next slide. So is this an example of mental stillness? So someone sitting, these are the typical photos that you might see in terms of someone talking about meditation, right? Can you click one time? I think there's Can you go back one? I think there's a build on this. Maybe it didn't come up. So that's okay. Move forward. Okay. Never mind, that didn't work. But what I had on the previous slide was that you saw the picture of the woman sitting there at the screen late, right? If you push one time, there should be something that comes up. There we go. So if she's meditating, and let's say she's doing a specific meditation where she's saying something like Om, 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 or if she's thinking about, go back one slide, or if she's thinking about stuff, the question is she really mentally still? It's okay, we have some AV issues, no worries. So my question is she really mentally still? And I would say the answer is no, right? So, but what we want to do is to learn how to develop mental stillness. And the next slide, which we can go to now, will tell us why that's important. Okay, next. Oh, missed the whole slide there. That's fine, yep. So, interestingly, when you're still of mind, you can be energy efficient, right? Because we know that when you're constantly doing stuff, you're utilizing energy, you're triggering adrenaline. When you're still, it allows you to actually expend less energy than if you're constantly thinking or doing things. Next. There we go. Being still of mind is also quite relaxing, right? It really is akin to being peaceful. So we always tend to have something on our mind all the time. But think about how it might be if you actually had nothing on your mind. It might actually be nice because I think many times when we have things, the brain chatter constantly makes us feel like we need to do something, or we need to finish something, and there's always something to do. Being still of mind is also being present, and that's being present with yourself, being present with others. And so I can only share with you that this has really helped me as a physician really learn to be present with patients. I'm not like that woman on the lake thinking about my next patient as I'm seeing the current patient in front of me, or I'm not thinking about necessarily, eating lunch while I'm still talking to you. At least I hope I'm not doing that. Next slide. So what I'm going to do is actually run you through the meditation. And so you'll get an experience of being able to do this. I think I have about 10 minutes. This meditation will take about 5 minutes. So I think we can get you back on schedule. So I am going to lead you through the meditation. So if people want, they can probably take a look at me. There aren't any other slides here, but how this meditation starts is by, first of all, mentally feeling your awareness at the top of your head. And so the first thing, it's probably easiest to do, is to actually put your finger on the top of your head, and you are actually physically feeling your awareness there. In a second, I'm going to have you remove your finger, but still pay attention to where your finger just left. So whenever you're ready, you can do that. And that is what we call mental feeling. It may feel, you might feel a little pressure, you might feel a tingling sensation. It's just a knowledge that you know that that's where your awareness is. It's no different than if I were to tell you now, mentally feel the tip of your nose without touching it. You could probably move your awareness there. Or if I tell you now, mentally feel the tip of your right thumb, you could move your awareness there and mentally feel that. So you can do this, so it starts by mentally feeling your awareness at the top of your head. And what you're going to do, it starts out as like a pinpoint dot. And I'm going to have you relax that dot into more of a plane of awareness. So it starts as a dot, and then it relaxes and spreads out. And what you're going to do is to relax and feel that relax through both hemispheres of the brain to eye level. Okay. That's going to take 2 minutes. And I understand that none of you have probably done this before, and that's okay. So for those who are type A, you're not going to do it perfectly. I can tell you I've never done this perfectly, but just give it a shot. Okay, that's going to be 2 minutes, and I'll run you through that. Chances are you're probably going to have thoughts. You're probably going to be like, what the hell am I doing? Am I doing this right? That's okay. All right. Just see if you can relax and try to just relax through this and then relax at eye level. Once again, relaxing is not thinking. So challenging. If you have a thought and you get kind of trapped into a thought, see if you can mentally feel your awareness wherever you were. So if, let's say you were relaxing here and then all of a sudden I had a thought that took me away, then I'm like, okay, let me see. Let me get back to where I was. I think around here. Let me mentally feel that. The interesting thing you'll find is that if you can switch to mental feeling, it will help you stop the thinking. Okay. So once again, this is going to be 2 minutes from eye level. Now you're kind of relaxed and spread out at eye level. I'm going to have you bring your awareness back to a single point as if it's in the middle of my head, let's just say behind your eyes. So you can try to feel a point, let's say behind your eyes. And then from there, the last part 2 is then relaxing that awareness down below eye level to wherever you feel comfortable, and then try to stay still. Mentally still, once again, absence of distraction from thinking, absence of distraction from the 5 physical senses. What will typically happen is this, is that if you're here at eye level and you start to relax, you will start to feel yourself drop. But if you have a thought like, oh my God, I just dropped, because it's a thought, it will pop you back up into this region. Because once again, as I mentioned, this is associated with thinking. If you can mentally feel, you will drop into this space. So the challenge for most people is that we're so used to thinking is that it becomes very difficult to relax below eye level, but it takes practice. So the goal is then to relax and then just try to stay mentally still for about 3 minutes. So I'm going to run you through it right now. Give it a shot. Don't worry about it. If you mess up, it's okay. And we'll talk about it on the other end. So first of all, I'm going to have everyone close their eyes and mentally feel your awareness at the top of your head, and slowly relax down through both hemispheres of the brain, down to eye level. And in a few minutes, I'll have you drop below. All right, from eye level, bring your awareness to a single point behind your eyes. Relax and allow it to drop below to a natural still point, and I'll call you back in 3 minutes. All right, you guys can come on back and open up your eyes. Before you say anything, just pay attention to how you feel. My hope is that you're feeling a little bit calmer, a little bit more relaxed. And part of it is probably because, at least in the attempt of trying to not be thinking and talking or doing stuff, that actually will help you to kind of relax. Because keep in mind, how you relax is by not thinking, right? If you pay attention to when you've been most relaxed, if you're on vacation, et cetera, you're not thinking about things. You're just kind of experiencing life. I wanted to thank Jeff Taylor for inviting me for this. I know this was very brief. I'm more than happy to take any questions if there are any. I am going to go ahead and just put in the websites again, just so that you know there is a Keeley meditation app that you can find on either through iOS, the Apple Store, or Google Play, that will help you to run through the meditation. Because I know the typical questions, well, how do I know if it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes? So I think that the app is something it's like $3.99, so it's not too much. But I'll go ahead and take some questions. I know we're a little bit over time, but I was given the okay maybe to just take a few questions, or if people wanted to share their experience, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Daniel, I don't know that we have any questions at this point right now, but I do see that the information is in the chat, so we have everything available. And I believe, just because we are just a couple of minutes over, but yes, no questions right now, but we thank you so much for the presentation today. I'm a meditator myself, and so it was great to hear a different perspective on that, and I look forward to learning more when I visit your site and check out the app.
Great. I'll be here for a little bit, so if people want to private chat me as well, that's fine. Or if they have
That's
questions
great.
in the chat, I'll be around for a little bit. So thank you.
Wonderful. All right, Dr. Daniel Lee, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll do our virtual applause today. You can and I've even seen a couple of people, they put it up in the chat, because you can do the little emoji in there too, if you wish. So we are at 10:13. This is Saturday, the 18th of September, and we are at the Aging Positively Reunion Project today. And we are ready to move along to our next speaker. And interviewing Carl Schmidt is going to be Jeff Taylor. But first, let me do a quick introduction on Carl. He's the entertainment reporter for ABC 7 Los Angeles, and he's going to speak today on HIV and the media. He came out as HIV positive in 2018, and he now uses his multimedia platform Plus Life to educate and combat HIV stigma. At ABC 7, Carl's been a regular contributor since 2013. He first joined the team as a correspondent and producer on the then weekly and syndicated On the Red Carpet. And he's a passionate activist in the fight against HIV stigma. He launched Plus Life Media in 2019 online to help foster a new conversation around what it means for people living with HIV and to tackle the stigma still associated with the virus. So Plus Life is also a part of Localish TV. That's a newly launched TV network, again, Localish TV. And Carl says HIV is not killing people, but stigma is, and this needs to change. So we're going to hear more about that today. And I also wanted to hold up the shirts that DAP produced for us today, the U=U shirt. And Carl will make sure and get one of those shirts over to you. And now, without further ado, Jeff Taylor, if you'd like to do the honors and bring on Carl Schmidt.
Great. Thanks, Brad, and welcome, Carl. Thank you so much for joining us today from LA. It's
Good
great to
morning.
have you here.
Thank you. I'm feeling very zen after
So
that.
I
Thank
see
you. Thank you,
absolutely, I
Mr.
don't-
Lee.
Let me see if I'm, there we go. Am I sound on? All right. So Carl is a journalist, of course. So he, being the consummate journalist, he wanted to do this as an interview. So I'll be asking him some questions and he'll be telling a story. If you have any questions, please feel free to post those in the chat. And if there's time at the end, we'll have time to address those. So again, welcome, Carl. And do you want to start out by maybe telling us what prompted you to share your story publicly?
Well, thanks, Jeff, and thanks everyone for letting me invade your heads after such a lovely, comfortable meditation there. I'm here to rattle it all up, I suppose, but nice to see all your faces. Yeah, look, I've been living with HIV for 13 years now, so in the grand scheme of things, still probably a bit of a baby in the world of living with my friend. But I'd spent my entire life thus far has really been in front of the camera or working in television in some capacity. Since I was 7 years old, I've been around it, and it's all I know. It's what I love. It's what I'm extremely passionate about is telling stories and meeting people and sharing their stories. So to carry a secret like HIV as I did, I kept it professionally to myself for 10 years. Because much like I'm sure many people can relate to, I was told, don't talk about it. This is something you should be ashamed of. It'll ruin your career. And here we are 40 years after that first report for the CDC. And we're still saying that HIV will ruin your career or will destroy your life. And that's how most people see it. So I kept quiet about it for a long time. And then rather accidentally, 3 and a bit years ago, I'm not going to lie, I'd had a couple of martinis and someone took a photo of me wearing a t-shirt. And I thought, oh, that's quite a nice picture. I like how I look in that. So I posted it online and just sort of told my story. And there wasn't much thought behind it, but out came the words. And within 24 hours, it had gone viral, much to my shock. And my immediate thought was, oh my God, they're going to fire me. ABC is going to fire me. I've just lost my job. And it was that same kind of sick feeling that I had in my gut the day I was diagnosed with HIV, that, oh shit, I've fucked up. I've screwed up somehow, pardon my language. And I think how awful that anyone should ever feel like that for something like this. Fortunately, ABC didn't fire me, not yet anyway. I'm still here. What it did was it ignited a fire in me that I guess had been slowly sort of starting to burn. But in the past 3 years, as you mentioned in the intro, I launched Plus Life Media, which is a digital platform and now a television show that's all about breaking down stigma and sort of how you pick yourself up when you're on the floor and you think there's no point getting back up again. And I'm lucky, you know, I still have a job. I still have a presence sometimes on television. And I've been given a platform and an opportunity to speak about HIV. And that's what we need when we talk about sort of HIV AIDS in the media. You know, I think we're finally slowly starting to get that we don't need to constantly paint this as the sad, horrible death sentence it was. For so long, when we've seen it portrayed in the media, we're still harking back to 1985. And while it's very important that we don't ever forget what this illness has done to people, and all those people who have fought so hard, I think it's also time we turn the page on how we tell the story of HIV and how we represent HIV. We talk about diversity and inclusion constantly. You hear it a lot around the awards ceremonies when it's the Oscars, diversity and inclusion and, you know, proper representation on screen. Well, that needs to extend not just to people living with HIV, but anybody who might have something that is often stigmatized or looked down upon. The only way we get past any of that stuff is to normalize it. You know, for so long, Jeff, people didn't say cancer. Remember, we used to say the C word. Oh, they've got the C word. Now the C word means something else, far more aggressive. But people wouldn't say cancer. People didn't talk about divorce. Oh, we can't mention that they're separated. Oh God, what would people think? But now everyone's divorced. So I hope we can get to a place that we can say HIV positive and not sort of then look over our shoulder or go, God, who heard me? What's happening? And part of what I want to do and what I try to do is just show that this is HIV. This is one of the faces of HIV. This is what it looks like. I'm still here for now. That was a very long answer, Jeff. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Is anyone still awake?
I see faces out there. I think people are with us. So you're keeping them entertained. No, this is terrific.
I'm trying.
So, you know, you talk about, you know, what the reaction was and, you know, what we need to be seeing and people, how people perceive HIV. What do you think as a journalist that your industry could and should be doing to kind of move that needle in the right direction?
Well, you know, I think I sort of touched on it a bit there. It's time we, as I said, turn the page on how we show whether it's HIV, whether it's other stigmatized, you know, illnesses out there or disabilities or things that we perceive as different. It's time we change how we tell those stories. And I think we're starting to see that. You know, I look at the wonderful work that the television show Pose has done in the 3 seasons it was on the air. And there's no surprise that they've got all these Emmy nominations that we'll hear about, you know, who takes home what awards tomorrow night at the Emmys. And they already picked some up at the Creative Arts. But I think what that show did brilliantly was, yes, it was at the height of the, you know, the AIDS hell, but it turned HIV into a character rather than a bad story plot. it humanized HIV, and those characters on Pose and what Stephen Canals did on that show and what the wonderful cast did, and Billy and all those folks, is they humanized this thing that so often we just haven't seen. We've seen the face of AIDS and the face of death, but we haven't seen beyond that. And by telling these kind of stories and other shows that have been on the air where characters just happen to be living with HIV, just now how, you know, it's sort of like, oh, the character just happens to be gay, or the character just happens to be trans. It's not about how they discovered that they were trans and the transition. It's not a coming out story of having to spend an hour and a half explaining why we're gay, or an hour and a half or 2 hours of explaining how they got HIV. We have to stop really sort of that first and foremost question that comes to so many people's minds is when you tell someone you're HIV, they go, how'd you get it? I mean, you don't ask people how they, you know, got diabetes. Oh, I ate too much sugar or whatever, you know, like, so it's taking away that part of the sort of backstory, I guess, and just going, yeah, he's living with HIV and that he's married to a man, or, you know, they're a heterosexual, you know, cisgendered straight couple that have a kid, but mom happens to be HIV positive. Because the reality is, that's what's out there in our neighborhoods. That's the truth of this these days. Because, and that wonderful t-shirt, U equals you, my favorite of all time expression, the cheapest, I say, the cheapest public service safety health service announcement, U equals you, undetectable equals untransmittable. But do you know how many people still don't know about U equals you? It's remarkable. I didn't know about it until 3 years ago. Up until 3 years ago, I thought that was it. It was done. I called it handcuffs. When I was diagnosed, the handcuffs went on, and that was it. That was my lot. And I was going to either sort of be with someone who was HIV positive, or really, I just kind of got it in my head that I used to say, I thought I was being funny. I used to say, oh, I'm damaged goods. You don't want this. What I didn't realize is that every time I thought I was being funny and saying that, I was actually storing it in the back of my head and believing it. And 10 years of saying, oh, I'm damaged goods. Oh, you don't want me up, you know. The damage of the level of internalized stigma that to this day, thank God, with therapy and psychiatrists and good friends and family, I'm still working through. I mean, I, as a 27-year-old, built a fortress around myself and went, that's it, you know. So it's if we can take away the horrors and show the reality and show and talk to people in a normal human way, I think we start to normalize things. And yes, I agree, Daniel, meditation can help with that kind of stuff. You did a great session there. I've become a big believer in transcendental meditation personally. It's something that actually has significantly helped me over the past couple of years. But yeah, we need to, and that's, you know what, Jeff, that's why we created Plus Life. Really, Plus Life is a platform where it's anybody and everybody, so whether you're living with HIV or not. We talk to, you know, we had my parents on at one point, and I realized I'd never spoken to my parents about the day I disclosed my status. I've never talked to them about how they felt and how they dealt with it. And it was a really interesting conversation online, and we got a lot of feedback from a lot of parents who said, you know, that was so good to hear that, because you don't think about that. So what we do at Plus Life is we really try and have conversations with everyday people from all walks of life. I don't care what color you are, who you pray to, what you look at when you look downstairs. It doesn't matter. You know, we're all part of this village, and we all talk to each other, and we take away kind of the medical and science jargon. We follow the science, but we don't talk about all these confusing big words that I can't even spell, let alone pronounce. We just talk and communicate and share our stories. And that seems to resonate and connect with people. And I think that's how we change this narrative.
Oops, to unmute. You spoke about your own journey. You know that there are lots of other people now who are have the same courage you did to come out as HIV positive, you know, in the media and sports. And, you know, as people with a platform, you've obviously done amazing things with Plus Life Media and just being out and open. What responsibility do you think other people living with HIV have to be out and open and to talk about the cause? Some people just don't want it to be talked about. They don't want it to be part of who they are, but yet it is. So, you know, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think everyone's journey and story is obviously different, right? I mean, and we all find and use our voices in different ways. For me personally, I had, even before I spoke publicly, I'd always had it in the back of my head that one day I'd like to be able to do something to help people and to communicate. I didn't quite know how. And of course, as I said, there was a huge fear that I would lose everything. That a very, very dear friend of mine who works in television in the UK said, "Oh, darling, don't do it. You don't want to become known as the person with AIDS on television." Now, he's a really good friend, and he knows he should probably know better in the way he framed it. And he wasn't coming from a bad place, but that just goes to show the level of ignorance out there. I'm not the guy with AIDS on television. I'm the person who's living with HIV quite happily. And I personally now see it as a responsibility and one that is not a burden in any way, shape, or form. I love it. When I get to sit and do things like this and I get to talk about HIV, it makes all the shitty parts of my day and my job disappear. I'm really passionate about it. You know, I could be doing stuff for ABC and it all looks glamorous, and I'm at the Oscars and I'm talking to this person and I've just interviewed Harrison Ford and I've done this, and I'm sort of in a grumpy mood. And then, you know, they say to me, "Oh, come on, Carl, you have to do a Plus Life interview now." And I'm like, "Oh, it's 6 o'clock. I've done enough. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't care. I don't want to do it." And the minute we start doing it, everything goes away and I come out of it on top of the world because I've spoken to somebody and shared their story, and it's suddenly just so much more meaningful. Not that entertainment and Hollywood news isn't, I don't think it's that meaningful, but you know, like, it's entertainment and that's important, and I don't want to take away from that, but there's something to be said for, you know, connecting with people on a real personal level. So when I look at other celebrities out there, you know, it's funny, Billy Porter, I'll name drop a little bit and be a bit Hollywood here. Billy and I have known each other for quite a long time, and he's obviously known about my status. I suspected about Billy, but you know, we're respectful. We let people come at their own speed. And he actually had come to me a little before he announced this year, and he goes, "All right, we're not recording anything, are we? Turn all the recording stuff off. I need to talk to you." And I went, "Mm-hmm." And he goes, "You know what I'm going to say?" And I said, maybe. And people like Billy now, I see Billy has always had a fire in him. He grew up in the church. The church means a lot. I call him the preacher because whenever he talks, it's like he's giving a sermon, the passion in him. And he's doing a great job, not just as a representative for someone living with HIV, but as a proud, openly gay Black man who is saying, "Hey, I for years have played the game of the system and suppressed who I was inside and no more." And I see his anger and has turned into passion. And I saw him last night, and it's just great. And to talk to him and say, I said, "How do you feel now it's out there?" And he said, "You're right. It was, you know, it's like that coming out of the closet moment when we're all like in the closet and then we come out and you go, wow, the weight is off my shoulders." It's the same kind of thing with HIV. So I think that those of us who are comfortable in who we are and in talking about it, I'd like to think we would all take it on like I have, like a responsibility, because we're showing everyone that you don't have to be standing in the dark shadows alone. And the fact that in 2000 and whatever year it was, 2021, going into 2022, more than 50% of this country still believe the messaging that we were given in 1985. How is that possible? How can we, and you know, in this wonderful conference of aging with HIV, and we're talking about it, how is it that we are still treating people like dog shit on the sole of your shoe, pardon my very graphic expression, just because of HIV. When it comes to social, not just medical, but social, we have a huge social problem with this thing. So Billy and myself and others who feel comfortable in coming out, I mean, look, you can probably count on two hands how many openly HIV positive people you know in the media sports world, right? You can't tell me there's only 10 of us out there. Yeah, I'm just seeing Tez Anderson's note there about since 1987. Exactly. And that's the other thing, is HIV positive people, we're constantly expected to come out, right? Oh, we always have to explain it. I got into this conversation last night. I'm like, why do I have to be the one that tells everybody oh, by the way, I'm HIV positive? Why should I have to do it? Take damn responsibility for your own health in your own self, and don't put the pin on me. Don't get me started on criminalization. That's a whole different 40 minutes of me ranting and raving. But like, enough already, stop it. And so if people like Billy and myself, and to some, people like Jonathan Van Ness and other people who are out there are showing people that, so I've got these 3 letters and a plus sign attached to my medical record. Okay, great. We've all got something, haven't we? But this is no different to, any of the other things you pop a pill for and manage.
Thank you for that. I think it speaks really eloquently to the power of people's stories and coming out and being your authentic self, and what that means to others. We do it for ourselves, but we have to remember that we're doing it for others as well.
Well, and Jeff, you know what? I think it's really interesting that we memorialize and hold up in great honor and love and respect when someone has died of AIDS-related illness. Oh, he was such an amazing person, and tragedy of the HIV, and he died of AIDS and all this sort of stuff. So once we've moved on, we somehow become heroes. But while we're alive, we're treated like pariahs. Explain that one to me. How does that work? When you're dead, oh, they were such a great person. It's such a tragedy. But while I was alive and living with HIV, you're all scared to come near me or sleep with me or hug me or be intimate with me, or, because there was still, I don't know. And so we have a job in the media to get rid of that, ooh, I don't know, in the back of people's heads. And like I say often, Coca-Cola taught the world to sing, and McDonald's says, I'm loving it. And, we know the slogans for Revlon and every other brand in the world. So why can't we sort of, you may not drink Coca-Cola and you may not eat McDonald's, but you know what it is and you know what it stands for. Mm-hmm. We really need a public health service campaign for HIV like that takes away the lab coats and the stethoscopes and the everything else, and just talks to people like normal people in a way that we can all understand and all appreciate. And that's where I think U equals U does that, but it's not for some reason, especially in this country, the U equals U message is just not getting through, especially in the South and in Black, brown, and trans communities. So, that's also part of what we have to try and figure out in the media.
Yeah, it's a total travesty the way U equals U is not getting out there, that message. I have friends who are, educated, well-connected gay men who really didn't know about it. So, and you're right, the broader community doesn't know at all. So, they're still curious.
Well, we still have doctors in this country who say, oh, yes, well, U equals U. Well, yes, but it's not my opinion. And pardon, I'm going to swear again, but fuck your opinion. I don't want your opinion. I want the science and the facts. And U equals U is a game changer for every single person not just living with HIV, but those in prevention. I mean, it's so simple, because if people aren't scared of HIV, they're not scared to go and get tested for HIV, you know? So that's part of my mission and what I do. And whenever I get my face on camera at ABC, they kind of roll their eyes at me now because they go, here he goes again. But I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to shut up about it, because it's saving lives. As you said in the intro at the top there, HIV doesn't have to kill you, but stigma absolutely will and is killing people.
You know, we have a question from Martina in the room, who is asking, how should long-term survivors pitch their stories to you as a journalist?
You should just email me or follow us on Plus Life Media, at Plus Life Media, and I can put that in the chat too. I think somebody might have put it in there earlier. But you can just send us slide into our DMs, as the kids say these days, and I will put the website up there too, and send me stuff, because we have done and if you check out the website pluslifemedia.com, it's up there. Telling everyone's story is really important, and we've done quite a few stories on aging and HIV, and there's so many more that deserve to be told and that I want to tell. So follow us online and literally slide into our DMs. We're not a huge organization, so we see them, I see them, and let's be part of that conversation. It's important. Everyone in this room has stories, and what we think may be sort of insignificant might be hugely significant, even for one of the people in the box next to you in this chat, who may feel a certain way, and they go, oh, wow, you had the same experience. Like, and that's, once we start talking, that's what I say, like, let's have a conversation. The more you say HIV out loud, doesn't matter how old you are, the less scary it becomes. Mm-hmm. Bruce Richmond is a U=U hero. Yes, and I'm just looking at some comments in the chat now. I know Bruce very well, and Bruce is the one that told me about U=U. He saw my story go public, and he reached out to me.
Well, coming up later in the day, we're going to be capping off this event with an interview with Andrew Bell, who we've had
on Plus Life. He's fantastic. And I know, look, you're very good. You called him Andrew Bell, because we're not supposed to call him Andy Bell anymore.
Oh, good. I wasn't sure. So I've done the right thing.
Yeah.
First time on camera. Good to know. Well, any parting words or words of wisdom you'd like to share with us? You know, and you know, we talk about living through the epidemic, and you know, so many of us are survived, and right now we're surviving another pandemic happening kind of in tandem with the one we've been living with for the last 40 years. Any thoughts on that, and how that's permeated the public mind and consciousness about how we deal with pandemic disease and
well,
come up?
I think, first of all, thank you, Jeff, and thank you everyone for listening to me ramble on for the last 35 minutes or so. I appreciate it. Not too many people turned off and went away, so that's a start. So thank you all, and thank you for spending your weekend doing this and communicating with each other and listening and being a part of it, because it's, as I just said, conversation is key. As far as sort of wrapping it out and comparing it, you know, to where we are now, it is something that I've been really interested in, and especially speaking to older people with HIV who really lived through the hell of the 80s and 90s. I mean, I was just a kid, and now the similarities and the PTSD of having to go through this again, especially when we were all locked up in our houses. At least now there's a little bit more room for us to move, thankfully, in this country. It's like we didn't handle the pandemic well, but we're sort of getting on top of the vaccine, whereas other countries handled it well but haven't gotten on top of the vaccine, and now they're going through, like my homeland of Australia. But you know, I just want to, I think that we all just need to take a moment and realize there's a reason we're all still here, when I think many of the people in this room were probably told they never would be. And there's something to be said for that in itself. But communicate and reach out to all the nice faces I see in all these boxes in front of me. You know, we're not alone as much as we think we are, and sometimes we think it's easier to be alone. I know I've certainly felt that way. But, you know, at the end of the day, you got to have a laugh with someone, and you can't just laugh by yourself all the time, because otherwise you're a bit strange. Not that there's anything wrong with being strange. So, but anyway, I don't think that was a very good answer, but I love the U equals U t-shirt. It looks fantastic. And I can't wait. Brad, I will put my address in, and I can't wait to get it, and I will model it proudly. But thank you,
We'll send that off to you.
Thanks for having me,
And
all,
Carl,
and enjoy the rest of your day.
thank you, Carl. We enjoyed the photo on your Plus Life page of you doing a little smooch with Elizabeth Taylor.
That was last night. Yes, that's as close as I was allowed to get. Yes.
Was that auctioned off? Was that piece auctioned off?
No, I don't think it was, but no, that was just part of the private collection that was there. But it was, you know, the Elizabeth Taylor Ball to End AIDS. And it was a good event last night. I mean, these events are fun and glamorous, of course. You do sometimes go, where does it all go and how does it all work, though? And, you know, but it was an opportunity for Billy Porter to be honored and speak. So there are a lot of people. Sure. We have a lot of great allies out there. I know we can feel isolated and kind of go, well, that's Hollywood for you. Look at them all patting themselves on the back and, you know, drinking champagne. But we do have, and it is humbling when you go to things like that as a person living with HIV, or an AIDS walk, for example, that we've got coming up. We've got an AIDS walk special coming up tomorrow on ABC here in Los Angeles. And when you get to see the outpouring of support that our allies give us, that also is really significant and special. So
wonderful. By the way, Carl, we do get to see you here on our cable system.
Oh, we do have a chance.
Yeah, we do get ABC, especially during the news times, the local news times. So they cover the other programming, but with infomercials. But otherwise, we get to see you. So that's fantastic.
Well,
and thank you so much for sharing your day with us.
Of course, and I'm sorry that we weren't doing this in person this year, but some people don't want to get vaccinated and wear masks. So thanks a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Again, thank you, Carl Schmidt.
Thanks,
ABC
everyone.
7, Los Angeles. Let us move forward. And Jeff, if you would like to start the session, we are ready to go.
Great, thank you, Brad. And thank you all for rejoining us after our technical break. And we're really excited to do our annual research and program update. We're really fortunate here in the Valley to have a lot of research opportunities at various institutions, Borrego Health, DAP Health, Eisenhower Health, Palm Tree Clinical Research, which is a private research organization, and HARP does some of its own research as well. So we'll start today, we'll just go in alphabetical order with Valerio Iovino. So if you want to pull up his slide, and Valerio, if you're on and can unmute, we'll get started.
Thank you, Jeff. I would like to know who decided.
Valerio, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
Someone say yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, Jeff. Thank you for having me. I would like to know who had the idea to have me as a speaker after Carl Smith. He's a TV personality, no pressure. We both have an accent. You can understand his, you have to guess mine, but no pressure. And just to follow his lead, I'm gonna do some name dropping too. I have been known Jeff Taylor for the past 6 years. Thank you, Jeff. I see so many familiar faces today and so many familiar names, names and faces that actually have inspired my career, keep inspiring my job. It's a great opportunity to be able to serve this community. It's been not only a growing time for me professionally, but also personally. So I really wanna thank you all for having me today, for having Borrego here. Thank you for the invitation to be part of this outstanding committee. It's a great, great honor to work with all of you. My presentation will be brief. It's a great work that we are doing at Borrego to help people that struggle with addiction. And actually, I'm gonna focus a little bit more on our eye care program, which I have the great, again, pleasure to manage. Our eye care program is a free outpatient substance abuse treatment program that helps gay and bisexual men age 50 or over, HIV positive, who struggle with meth use. The intervention consists of a 6-month gay-specific cognitive behavioral therapy intervention that follow the manual called Getting Off, a behavioral treatment intervention for gay and bisexual meth users. Our eye care program is one of Borrego Health harm reduction programs, which helps a patient from any gender, age, HIV status with any kind of substance abuse disorder. As any kind of experience, we have detected and we have been going through some excellent success stories as well as some challenges. We have noticed that after the end of our cohort, patients who participate kind of encounter a reduction of behavior such as relapses. I lost my slides, Jeff.
We're working on that. She's getting them back. Here we go.
Thank you, thank you. So as I was saying, at the end of our cohort, we have noticed that patients who participate to the cohort reduce in behavior such as there is a reduction in target behavior such as relapse. Another success that we have noticed is that there is an increase in programs similar to our eye care being offered by other FQHC in the area. Those are the two greatest success that we have been able to identify, and we're very excited about it. A challenge that seems to be common in the past 2 years is the pandemic. Unfortunately, with COVID-19, we had to transfer the in-person groups and one-on-one into more of an online platform. And unfortunately, when you struggle with substance use and you find yourself locked at home, sometimes the struggle can become more difficult to win or even more difficult to deal with. So that's the challenge that we have noticed. From the program, we have learned a few lessons. When we were in person, we were able to do drug testing every week, but we learned that it's very, very costly to be able to do drug testing. Also, now that we are remotely, we are not able to offer that service anymore. Another lesson learned, it's the need to extend the program to the rest of the population served. Our program is funded by Gilead and it's part of their HIV and aging segment. So we can only serve with this specific grant patients who are 50 years old or over 50 or older. So we would like to expand actually the program and the care to a bigger population. And that's actually what we are trying to do in the future, is to increase that kind of program expansion to some population that is underserved. We only serve bisexual and gay men, but we know that the need is kind of needed across many other populations, including the LGBTQIA2+ community. The other part of kind of potential development for the future will be creating some kind of culture and creating some offering of groups and platforms that stimulate wellness and cultivate community. We will be able, and we want to actually be able to create a community with peer support and a community that can really advocate for itself and try to kind of fight the stigma that substance abuse or struggle with substance abuse define you as a person. It's a challenge that many people, unfortunately, are called to face in their lives. So we want to be able to help the community and have the community coming together. This is the work that we're doing at Borrego in terms of program development, in terms of working with people who are aging with HIV for now. So we are planning to kind of expand that to a bigger demographic.
Terrific. Thank you, Valerio. That was wonderful to hear what's going on at Borrego, and thank you for joining us to do that. I did take the liberty of posting your, just now, click send, your email in the chat. So if people have any questions or want to reach out to you, they can do so that way. So we'll move along to the next one, which is DAP. And we have with us today Greg Jackson, who is the research coordinator at Desert AIDS Project at DAP Health. So Greg, go ahead and take it away. And I think we are pulling up your slides and should have that in a minute.
So I'm not going to start out with the, hey, who's the new guy kind of talk like I did a long time ago. This is my third conference, so I'm excited to be here again to talk about research. Back in the olden days when we were at Eisenhower, 3 conferences ago, I was just talking about the anchor study. So we've now expanded our research, as you'll see, and I just want to give you kind of a heads up on what we're doing and kind of where we're going, with our research program. You have my slides.
She's pulling those up. If you want to go ahead and get started, she'll bring those up. Yeah. So go ahead, Greg, if you want to start talking, we'll catch up with the slides. Sorry about the technical glitch. Greg, can you hear us? Hello, Greg. Did we lose Greg? Well, while we're getting Greg back, why don't we move ahead to Dr. Lichtenstein since you had his slides up.
If you could go ahead and show my first slide, please.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Ken Lichtenstein, who is a director of research at Eisenhower Health, and they have a very robust.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you great. Go ahead, Dr.
Great.
Lichtenstein.
So let's go ahead and start with my slides since they were already up.
She's pulling those up right now for you.
Great. I recognize a number of you. Hello. Good to see you.
Sorry, I had crashed.
No worries, Greg. We're pivoted to Dr.
I was talking away. I
Lichtenstein.
didn't realize that I had crashed.
No worries, Greg. Dr. Lichtenstein is up, so he'll go, and then we'll pivot back to you after Dr. L goes. So.
Okay. So my title is not correct anymore because, as many of you know, I'm in what we're calling semi-retirement. I'm still doing HIV research, COVID research, helping to teach in our ID fellowship program, and doing monoclonal antibody infusions for COVID patients. So as many of my patients who've retired have said, once they retired, they're busier than they ever have been. I'm starting to understand what that means. So if we could go on to the next slide. Okay, so we are currently still doing the Atlas 2M study. Let me tell you what this is. Cabotegravir and rilpivirine. Initially, that's now been FDA approved as cabotegravir. That was in the initial Atlas study, which was giving intramuscular injections of both of these antiretrovirals every 4 weeks. So once a month, intramuscular injections. People tolerated them surprisingly well. They're large injections. It's thick. It's a thick substance that gets injected. People initially would feel pain at the site for a day or two after the injections, but as they got more and more injections, the discomfort seemed to get less and less, to the point where most people felt tolerated very well. Well, Atlas 2M, the original Atlas study was comparing these drugs to standard therapy. The Atlas 2M study, which is ongoing right now and a number of you are involved in, is comparing once a month injections to once every other month injections. And it's been, again, surprisingly well tolerated. What's nice is people don't have to use any oral medications. ViiV sponsors this. It, as I point out in the slide, is fully enrolled, but we're eager to see how this study is going to be evaluated by the FDA, because they did approve Cabenuva, and I think they are very likely, based on the results from Atlas 2M, will approve the every 8-week injections. We could go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so in view of the fact that we're looking at HIV and aging, this is the REPRIEVE trial is an ongoing trial, 6-year study. We're nearing the end of it. It too is fully enrolled, but this is a study that looks at cardiovascular disease in HIV. As you know, there's a higher incidence of cardiovascular disease in the HIV infected population. We blamed the drugs, some of the antiretrovirals, but probably what it is chronic inflammation. In this particular study, it looks at people who, based on general population criteria, would not qualify to be on a statin because their 10-year cardiovascular risk would be too low. But these were the people that we enrolled in the study, with the idea that it would be pitavastatin versus placebo. Pitavastatin is nice because it's a statin that doesn't interact with a lot of antiretrovirals. At any rate, it's still a blinded study. As you can see, it's a large study. It's sponsored by the National Institutes of Health and is basically, we have no data yet with reference to the study because we're looking at long-term issues. Its goal is to look at whether earlier use of statins not only reduce cardiovascular disease events, but also reduce other inflammation-mediated comorbidities, because statins are anti-inflammatory. If we could go on to the next slide, please. The Capella study, this is a study looking at lenacapavir, which is a long-acting capsid inhibitor. The capsid inhibitor hits viral replication at 3 different sites. The interesting thing about this particular study, it was looking at people who had terrible resistance to most of the antiretrovirals. So it was this drug plus an optimized background regimen, the best we could do. And basically, what we've seen so far is that it's been able to bring viral loads that wouldn't come down to basically to undetectable and continue at that level. It's a subcutaneous injection every 6 months. The side effects are that we have seen some nodules where the injection sites are. These are probably a depot of the drug that's slowly being released into the circulation. But for the most part, it looks pretty good. They are looking at combining this with another long-acting drug that Merck has in a subcutaneous injection that would be every 3 months, but it would be full treatment with 2 subcutaneous injections. So this study, Capella, is fully enrolled. The sponsor is Gilead, and they have applied for FDA approval. They did that in June, and so we should be hearing around December whether this drug is FDA approved. If we go on to the next slide. Okay, so we are doing COVID-19 research as well. So next slide, please. All right, so we did look at leronlimab. Many of you may know this as Pro 140. This particular drug was looked at in HIV by Palm Tree Research, and in this situation, it was being evaluated for COVID-19. The study, unfortunately, did not show a lot of benefit to this particular drug. If we go on to the next slide. But we are actively working on this particular study. It's an NIH study, Active2, which is, it's called an adaptive platform because it allows us to study multiple candidate drugs in phase 2 and phase 3. And in this particular situation, initially, I should point out that all the drugs that were candidates were either you were on that drug or you were on placebo. You can imagine a lot of people with COVID didn't particularly want to be on a placebo to start off with. And secondly, since we were doing the emergency use authorization treatment with monoclonal antibodies, that was a guarantee that people would be on treatment. So we weren't able to enroll until now, which is the phase 3 studies in which the Regeneron monoclonal antibodies are being used as the comparator arm, and the candidate drugs are compared to that. So we are going to start very shortly getting these studies up and moving. These include monoclonal antibodies that are both IV infusion, intramuscular injections, and subcutaneous injections. So as I said, enrollment is about to start. So that basically covers where we are at Eisenhower with our research.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Dr. Lichtenstein. While we're pulling up the slides, Greg's slides for DAP, there is one quick question maybe you can answer. Somebody was asking about if they were going to have longer durations in the Cabenuva, and I mentioned that they are looking at a 2-month dose.
Yeah, that's what the Atlas 2M study is looking at right now. And again, we're nearing the end of that study. So FDA approval should be, I would think, within the year for every 8-week injections.
Now, is that going to be a larger dose or a higher concentration?
It's a little bit larger dose, but people have, as I've said, tolerated it incredibly well, surprisingly well. And not just in our experience, but in this, as they presented the results of the studies at national meetings, it's the same thing. People would prefer the intramuscular injections to the oral meds.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. So Greg, I think you're back, and we'll get your slides up and you can take it away.
Did you hear me at all last time? Okay.
She's pulling your slides up now, but if you want to go ahead.
Okay.
Now that you're here.
Just making sure everyone's moving and things are going and everything like that.
You're live. Go for it.
I am live. So after that rough start, I don't know if you guys, how much you heard of what I said before or not. So I'll kind of start repeating myself if you did or not. So I just want to kind of do a highlight of where we've been at DAP over the last, couple of years since I started. So we now have the direction of Dr. Singh. She is our research director at DAP. And under her, we have Dr. Morris, Dr. Foltz, and 3 NPs as investigators. So our team is growing, our research menu is growing, everything's kind of growing. And so I'm just going to highlight what's going on. Everyone still hear me?
Yes, you go ahead. We're still working on the slides, but go ahead.
Okay, this makes me nervous. Okay, so as far as staffing, there's myself and Mike as research staff. We just got approved to add a 3rd staff because we're opening up a new trial, and I'll show you, kind of talk to you about the new trials that we have ongoing. So I guess, most of you have heard of the Anchor study. So I'll kind of talk about that a little bit as we wait for my slides to come up. So the Anchor study is, it's getting there. COVID definitely slowed it down, and even ramping back up again has been slow. So, but we are at about 4,500 patients nationally now, enrolled onto Anchor of the 5,058 that we need. So that's exciting. We're on the final finish, that sprint to the end. And so we hope to finish Anchor enrollment across the country in probably about 10 months or so is the goal. So it is still ongoing. It's been doing well. So us at DAP, we have been busy, especially once with the addition of Will Hernandez as one of our nurse practitioners doing endoscopies. So we've screened 222 patients as of when I made this slide that you can't see. And we've enrolled 89 patients. So we're creeping up on that 100 patient mark. So that's exciting. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of specimens. It's a lot of everything. Just, if you ever come to DAP, just ask Mike or myself about it. So that's kind of where we're at with Anchor. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
So we can go to slide number 4 now. Yeah. Okay, so this is exciting. So Dr. Singh and I actually co-authored this study. So it's a homegrown DAP collaboration with Gilead using Biktarvy. So we know Biktarvy works. It's been approved since 2018. We know it works, but what this is looking at is participants who are 65 years of age and older. And it's switching from an older regimen onto Biktarvy. So we've seen, at least in our patient populations, that there are still patients who are not on the newer regimens. And we want to see, this study is focused on, as you can see at the bottom, looking at quality of life. Obviously, efficacy and safety, those are things that we look at in every trial. But quality of life, we're using what are called HIV TSQs, which are very renowned surveys to kind of track this. Is your life better after switching to Biktarvy? The other thing we're doing, and this is the exciting part to me, as I've worked with these 6 participants we've enrolled so far, is the medications. Using the Beers criteria. If you're not familiar with the Beers criteria, it's something that has been developed to determine whether prescription medications are appropriate and inappropriate, especially for patients 65 years of age and older. So we're looking at prescriptions because often these, I'm sure clinicians often have patients who are on 20 medications. It's like we get that list, you're like, oh my God, what are you on this for? What are you on this for? So this study is also looking into that, because as you switch from an older regimen, which may cause, diarrhea, nausea, aches and pains. We've even had patients with some leg pain that's gone away, switching to Biktarvy, some itchy eyes that have gone, these rare side effects that you get with these older drugs. It's been very exciting to kind of go through this part. So this study will be ongoing for a while because we're looking for 50 patients, and we're at 6, but we're adding another staff, so that'll help enrollment immensely. Next slide. Okay. Oh, so this is exciting. We just activated this month the VIVE Dynamic study. So this is actually using GSK 3640254, just rolls off the tongue, which is it's a new class of agent for HIV. It's a maturation inhibitor. So this is the exciting part of this. It's a phase 2. It barely has been seen in any patients. It's actually running parallel with another study that they're doing. which is more in Europe and a little different regimen, but it got started earlier. So it will be that will be the dose finding study in addition to this. So this newer agent, this maturation inhibitor, this new class, obviously there's still the need for new classes because of resistance, that we still see. So it's 3 different doses, and it's paired with TIVK. So each of the regimens, because it is a ViiV trial, they are comparing it to Dovato. So the components of Dovato, that's that 4th one, which is lamivudine TIVK. So this is exciting. So in early studies, phase 1s and the 2A, the proof of concept did show that it's well tolerated, did show that a reduction in HIV RNA levels. So that's exciting. So we just started. So we haven't even looked at a patient yet. So next study, you can go to the next slide. The SOLAR study, and this kind of piggybacks on the ATLAS study that Dr. Lichtenstein was talking about. So the SOLAR study is that same cabotegravir, the 2-month injection, but comparing it to Biktarvy. It's just giving a little more data. A true phase 3 trial should compare to what the gold standard is. And so the ATLAS study is 4 weeks versus 8 weeks, but this one is 8 weeks versus Biktarvy. So this is that same bigger dose, the 600 milligrams of cabotegravir, the 900 milligrams of rilpivirine, given every 2 months for a year. So we did enroll 8 patients. And GSK, when they approached us, as they do with many studies, it seems like they want a diverse population. So we really focused on that. We could have enrolled 8 Caucasian males very easily, but we did focus on, we enrolled 2 trans females, we enrolled a cis female, 3 Hispanic males, and then 2 Caucasian males. So we are proud of that. We focused hard on trying to get a diverse population, and it does match those populations that are often overlooked when it comes to clinical trials. So that was exciting for us, for GSK, for everyone involved. Okay, next slide. I think I'm all talked out here. So this is just my contact information. So again, I'm Greg Jackson, research manager. We can put in the chat where my email and telephone number is if you want to contact me. But all right, thank you.
Great, terrific. Thank you, Greg, for sharing everything that's going on at DAP. That's very impressive. Really excited to see those new studies and how they turn out. And I'm so glad that DAP was able to do Anchor. I know I was involved in trying to get that here in this study, and everybody tried to do it. Borrego and Eisenhower, and DAP was the one who finally dragged it across the finish line. So kudos to you and your team there.
Yes, it's been part of my life since February of 2019 when I started. So yeah. So it's exciting. We have so many patients at DAP and such potential for research. So it's nice to see the fruits of our labors.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Well, next we'll move on to Palm Tree Clinical Research with Dr. Carlos Martinez. So Carlos, if you want to go ahead and unmute, and we'll bring your slides up.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. And hopefully any of the studies that is being presented today help you or one of the persons that you actually know. We could go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. Even though I really like my picture. All right. So the first study is the Illuminate study by Merck. And this is for heavily treatment experienced patients. On this study, we're practically testing islatravir. That is the investigational product. We are combining it with doravirine. Islatravir is actually a new class of drug. It's considered a nucleoside reverse transcriptase translocation inhibitor. And so it's supposed to be a new class of drug for the HIV regimens. And like I said, it's combining it with doravirine. It's going to be, the patient will be on treatment for 96 weeks, and it's open label. So we know that you are actually getting the combination. The first part or the first week of the study, it's actually double blinded, where you get put into 4 different arms. The 4 different arms are: one, you stay on your current regimen. And the second arm is you go on doravirine for 7 days. The third arm is you go on islatravir for 7 days. And the fourth arm, you go on the combination doravirine islatravir for 7 days. And after those first or initial 7 days, you jump to the 96-week trial or treatment period, where you would actually be getting the open label, which is doravirine and islatravir. The criteria is practically on the other side, and it's a little bit hard at this moment to enroll for this clinical trial, just because patients have been doing, or patients that are heavily treatment experienced have been doing fantastic on the new approved drugs like Rocuvia and Trogarzo. But if you guys know of anyone that can potentially benefit from this clinical trial, please tell them to give us a call. Next slide, please. We are doing also the EAGLE-1 phase 3 GSK study. This study is for patients with uncomplicated gonorrhea. The protocol has been changing a little bit, and I don't know if it will be changing very soon with the new guidelines for STIs coming up last July or earlier in July. So at this moment, we are testing gepotidacin. Gepotidacin, it's a new class of antibiotic. This antibiotic we've actually tested. We did the phase 2 clinical trial at DAP, and we were able to see that gepotidacin was very effective for uncomplicated gonorrhea patients, and compared to standard of care. And one of the reasons why they are actually doing this clinical trial is because, as you guys have probably read, there are multiple strains of multi-resistant gonorrhea. So that's why we want to make sure that we actually do that study or that we test gepotidacin and see if it's able to do its work as compared to standard of care at this moment. Could you go back one slide, please? Thank you. So the study is very simple. It's only 2 clinic visits. And after that is a follow-up telephone call. We call you and you can show up to our office if you want to, but that's optional. After that, you can actually go on, we could go ahead and call you. It's only 28-week clinical trial. 28-day clinical trial. Go ahead to the next slide, please. This study, we're working in collaboration with the UCSD, and Jeff knows about this clinical trial very, very well. We're testing tesamorelin or Egrifta. We're practically just checking to see how effective it is at helping. Sorry. Okay.
Just a reminder of everyone to please mute if you're not speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, so in this clinical trial, we're trying to see if Egrifta or tesamorelin is able to help decrease the age-related decrease in cognitive function. So we're practically using tesamorelin to see if that actually has any effects. The design is actually treatment for 1 year. But people can actually, when they get randomized into the treatment right away, or they wait for 6 months before they actually start the injections, the tesamorelin injections. During this whole time, though, we are doing different testings to see if there's any sort of cognitive function decrease, as well as we do a whole bunch of neuromedical battery assessments. So it's pretty fun and interesting to actually be working with UCSD and doing this clinical trial. We could go ahead and move on to the next study, please. And this is actually the upcoming clinical trials that we are looking forward at Palm Tree Clinical Research. Hopefully we get started very, very soon. Next slide, please. In this clinical trial, this one is, the sponsor is Winsator. I really like it. And Dr. Phyllis Ritchie has joined our practice recently, and she loves this clinical trial. She practically said anything that is related to HIV neuropathy, let's do it. And so in this clinical trial, they're actually testing a topical ointment, pyrinsipine, compared to placebo, for treatment in HIV-associated distal sensory polyneuropathy. At this moment, it consists of 5 clinic visits and 2 telephone calls. I don't know very much about the actual dosing. Let me see. I believe it's actually applied once a day, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, we're looking forward to this clinical trial, and hopefully we get some more information, or we get green lighted to start enrolling for this clinical trial very soon. Next slide, please. Another clinical trial that we've been following for a while, but hopefully we get green lighted very, very soon. They completed the part 1 for this clinical trial. Now they're on part 2, which is the one that we want to get enrolled in very soon. It's an infused long-acting medication. It's albuterol, which is actually approved in China for HIV treatment, and 3-BNC. It's still not approved anywhere. So it's an infused medication, like I said. And in this clinical trial, the differences between the 2 cohorts is that it's given either 2 weeks period or 4 weeks. And it's given for a total of 28 weeks. And we are trying to see if this would actually be considered like a switch study. So patients that are biologically suppressed at this moment will be switched to this investigational products, albuterol and 3-BNC, for 28 weeks and see if they're able to remain suppressed. And I think that's the last slide. Now, next slide, please. And that's our contact information. If you guys have any questions for any of us, Jasmine Parkinson, she is the head of HIV research at this moment at Palm Tree Clinical Research. And go ahead and feel free to contact her or call me. And that's it.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Dr. Martinez. It's great to see the breadth of research you're doing, and especially trials for people with lots of drug resistance, because I know many long-term survivors have burned through a lot of their options over the years.
Yeah, so if anyone knows anyone that can potentially benefit from this clinical trial, or you personally can benefit from it, please give us a call. We're more than happy to see if you qualify for that trial.
Terrific. Well, thank you. So moving right along, we will move to HARP PS. So let me bring up my slides for that. And are people able to see my slides? Okay, let me go into slideshow and make it work properly. So the HIV and Aging Research Project, we try to live up to our name and do research here in the desert. As you saw, there's lots of great clinical research going on with medical research. So we focus on socio-behavioral research, really the effects of living with HIV on people's lives, the socio-behavioral aspects. So when COVID happened, we had a lot of things kind of planned. We work with a lot of academic partners to do research. And of course, COVID changed everything. Our providers came back, and not our providers, our funders rather, came back to us and said, how can you pivot to address the COVID crisis? So we were in the middle of planning a stigma survey with a researcher at USC named Miriam Dabtian. and who's done a lot of stigma research. So we kind of pivoted to do that in the context of COVID. And we ended up enrolling almost 200 patients. That was our target. We got 199 participants, all of whom had to be over 50, and more than half were HIV. And then we could compare them to people who were HIV negative. And so it came up with some really interesting findings. We found that of the people who were positive, over a quarter, 28%, had experienced age-related discrimination, which, compared to other parts of the country, is actually a little less because fortunately we live in a very accepting place. It's a retirement community. So I think there's less age discrimination here than there might be elsewhere. Depression, though, was kind of stunning. 70% reported mild or moderate depression and 8% moderate to severe. So that was really kind of a eye-opening finding from this. And then in terms of social support, whom can you turn to if you need support in time of need? 13% said they had no one. 29% said they had someone a little or some of the time. So that was, a good snapshot of kind of what we're seeing in our community in people over 50, especially those with HIV. And the next survey we did was about COVID. And this was the one we did most recently. And many of you may have participated in that, as well as the stigma survey. Thank you again for those who did participate in these surveys. It really makes it possible. So for this one, we enrolled 160 people over 50. And again, we had more positive than negative because when we tend to reach. And we were gratified to see that 99% had gotten the COVID vaccine. Not surprising. We're a generation of people who are alive because we accessed medicine and believe in the power of medicine. And that was true for this pandemic as it has been for the HIV pandemic. And then in terms of kind of the socio-behavioral things we were talking about in the other study, 38% reported that they had no one to take them to the doctor or to prepare meals if they needed help around the house. And 33% said that they never or rarely had anyone to help with household chores. And this was kind of a heartbreaking statistic to see. 20% reported that they had never or rarely had someone to love or to make them feel wanted. So I think that really points to the sense of social isolation that people are feeling, especially during COVID, but even non-COVID times where people have to relocate to the desert. And as they get older, they lose their social networks and don't have that support system that they might need. So, we ask why we do this research. And the answer is to improve people's lives. So the next project we're working on is to do just that. It's a collaboration with 3 different academic partners at UC Riverside, University of Southern California, and the University of South Florida in Tampa. And we call it the Virtual Village Project, or PC50 Plus for Positive Connections, which is a name our Community Advisory Board came up with. But the whole idea is to create an online virtual platform to keep older people living with HIV connected to their communities, to service, linked to care, what they need to do, not just to survive with HIV, to thrive, and to be able to age successfully in place in their homes and not have to be institutionalized because they're getting the support they need. And this would be an online platform. If you're familiar with something like Nextdoor, it would be like that and limited to your community. So to design this, we really wanted to get input of people living with HIV. Our previous research demonstrated the need. And so we created an advisory board with 8 people from each of the 3 cities, so 24 people. And they advised us on kind of how to do this, including questions for the focus group, what we should be asking people about what they want, and a series of focus groups and interviews in all 3 cities. So we've finished our focus groups that are conducting interviews. And again, thanks to those of you here in Palm Springs, LA, and we may have some people from South Florida on as well, who participated in this and have provided really valuable input. They're going to help us design something that hopefully will serve the needs of people in all places. And the plan is for this to be piloted next year in Palm Springs, according to our funding. And we have applied for additional funding to expand this. The pilot will be very small, 25 to 50 people, And obviously there's a greater need. So we want to get more funding to be able to serve everybody in the Palm Springs area who needs it. And also to create similar villages and virtual villages, I should say, in LA and Tampa. And also because, you know, we're well aware that a lot of people kind of get left out, to make sure that we have platforms in Spanish. So we want to pilot one in Spanish and also in American Sign Language for the deaf community who so often get left out. And we've done some research here in HARP with the deaf community, and we want to make sure that we make this available to them as well. So to those who participated in the research, we say thank you. We couldn't do it without you. Our mantra is nothing about us without us. So that's why we do our research by and with people living with HIV to make things better. So stay tuned, and we hope to have more to report to you next year. So thank you, and I'll turn it back to Brad.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. It's 11:43. We are just a few minutes behind today, but we do have a couple of more panels coming up today. Our next panel is caregiving, and then we'll have friendships with Brian DeVries, and of course our keynote speaker at 1 o'clock this afternoon. As we just learned, he is Andrew Bell, but we all know him as Andy Bell from Erasure. So that's what we all have to look forward to yet this afternoon in our Aging Positively Reunion Conference. I'm Brad Furr from Gay Desert Guide and KGay Radio, and I'm your MC and host today. And thank you all so much for joining us. This has so far been just a fantastic conference, and it's good to see everyone's faces across the screens today. Next, I want to step into our caregiving segment. And we have three panelists with us today. Richard Bass from PALS, Alex Snell from End of Life Doula, and Perry Wiggins from the LGBTQ Center. So let's bring the three of them on, and we will let them go ahead and take on this session. Richard, are you starting today? Or is Perry starting? Maybe Perry is starting.
I believe Perry was starting. Yeah.
All right, Perry, you are listed first, and even though it's out of alphabetical order, Perry Wiggins, we will look forward to your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Brad. Over the last dozen years, I've had the opportunity to facilitate support groups for caregivers. First, through my job with Alzheimer's Association, and for the last 5 years, a weekly group at the center. The group meets every Friday afternoon, usually with 6 to 8 participants. The group is confidential, so folks can share whatever is on their minds related to their role as caregiver. The experience has sometimes been challenging, but always enriching as I listen to the stories of these tenacious and resilient individuals. The wisdom, empathy, insight, and truth-telling that happens in these settings is both amazing and humbling. I'd like to share a few of the insights I've gained through this rich experience. First, it takes a while for many people to realize or accept that they are a caregiver. They're just doing what needs to be done to make life possible as challenges continue to pop up in their everyday lives. By themselves, these tasks may seem to be simple, helping with dressing, providing a steady arm when someone begins to get a little wobbly, helping monitor the myriad of prescription medications, ensuring they're taken regularly, doing more of the shopping or errands, taking over driving, making appointments, and so on. These are things that you just do because they are necessary, and they make daily living possible in this new normal. Well, if any of this sounds familiar, with apologies to Jeff Foxworthy, you may be a caregiver. Second, as things progress, you may realize that this is becoming more than a full-time job. It is nonstop alertness and watchfulness, looking out for the person for whom you are caring. Their needs may be constantly changing and you need to adjust. Most often, it is a job you did not sign up for and for which you were not trained. You likely find yourself in this role because of the relationship you share with the other person, whether it be love, commitment, marriage, friendship, family, a promise made. No matter how you got here, every day is both a challenge and a learning experience. Learning how to make this new life livable, but also growing into new dimensions of caring and loving, continuing to learn about each other and about yourself. Third, caregivers and those they care for often experience increasing social isolation, as Jeff alluded to a few moments ago. Not only do they not have time or energy to get together with friends or loved ones, oftentimes those persons may feel ill at ease around those who are in a caregiving situation. Social gatherings get more difficult as more and more issues need to be considered, like physical or cognitive challenges of the one being cared for, and the simple logistics of transportation and scheduling. Sometimes people may not want to intrude or may not know what to say or how to help. They may feel uncomfortable or even feel inadequate or guilty for not knowing how to reach out to offer support. Sometimes caregivers also withdraw, not wanting to let others know what a challenge it is, or not wanting to seem to complain about the situation they're in. They just keep focusing on doing what they need to do. Social isolation, you see, can grow from both directions. Fourth, caregivers and those they care for who are part of the LGBTQ+ community are up against all of these issues, but in the context of the marginalization experienced by so many in our community. Often there is not the network of extended family to share the tasks of caregiving or the planning and decision-making that goes along with it. In addition, unless careful and purposeful planning has been done and legal documents put in place, it is often difficult or impossible for the caregiver to access needed information and resources on behalf of those they care for. Tragically, without this planning, the caregiver, especially LGBTQ+ caregivers, may not be able to make the necessary legal and medical decisions or even participate in those discussions. I believe Richard Bass will deal with this in more detail in his presentation in a few minutes. Finally, caregiving, no matter how willingly or lovingly it is done, takes a toll. The physical and emotional and psychic energy required of a caregiver can be tremendous. Every bit as essential as the vital care provided to another day in and day out. Caregivers need to seek practices and techniques of self-care in order to be able to continue to do all of the things we want to do for the other person. Caregivers need to find ways to have even a brief respite from caregiving. It may be as simple as resuming a regular meditation practice or physical activity. It might be participating in a support group, or perhaps asking a friend or family member to come visit or sit with the person for a while you go out for a walk, have coffee with a friend, or whatever you need to do for yourself. As difficult as they may be to create, caregivers need even brief moments away from their responsibilities and constant vigilance required in their role. And they need to be able to talk about and share the challenges of caregiving. I recently came across a quote that seems to address a number of the recurring issues and themes that I hear expressed in caregiver support groups. In a simple and powerful way, it can be summed up like this. It is not the load that breaks you down. It's the way you carry it. And with that, I'll pass things along to Alex Snell.
Thank you so much, Perry. What I'd like to do today is tell you a death story about my friend Gilbert, a man I took care of for 5 years. I think it's a story of a good death. It was my experience with Gilbert that inspired me to become an end-of-life doula. I met Gilbert when he was 87 years old and needed assistance going out to his beach house in Fire Island Pines outside New York City, where he spent his summer weekends for 60 years. We did that together for 4 summers. As his mobility and cognitive clarity declined, I took on a more active role as caregiver. Gilbert's death was the first I would experience close at hand. Not knowing what we were going to face, I asked a classmate from grad school who is a hospice social worker for resources on dying. She referred me to a series of short booklets that her hospice would give to its patients and their families. Written by Barbara Carnes, these simple pamphlets were an incredible resource for me to understand the behaviors and needs of someone who is entering the final months, weeks, or days of their lives. With what I learned, I was able to support Gilbert through the natural process of dying. Having this knowledge prevented so much potential anxiety on my part about what I witnessed and what Gilbert needed. So this knowledge freed me to be a better caregiver. Gilbert had become estranged from his niece, Judy, who was his healthcare agent and power of attorney. They had been particularly close for Judy's entire life. When the hospice nurse had observed to me that based on his symptoms, Gilbert was likely to die within days, Judy and her husband were on a retreat in rural India. She had planned a visit to see Gilbert 6 weeks from then, and no sooner, no matter what. By this time, it had become difficult for Gilbert to speak coherently. Once, in the middle of the night, when his aide and I were repositioning him in bed, Gilbert clearly had something he urgently wanted to tell me. I could only make out the words star 39 and be patient. Gilbert had been mentioning the star for weeks. He was curious about that star, working hard to make sense of it. And the star was becoming more and more present. I had figured out that the star was his own death. Somehow, I was inspired to look at a calendar and count 39 days to discover that it was the date that Judy was scheduled to arrive for her visit. I'm someone who does not believe in coincidences. Because Gilbert had also said, be patient, I took his words to mean that he wanted to see Judy before he died. I had read that fear and unresolved conflicts can prolong the labor of dying, a labor that is not dissimilar from childbirth. I had expected that the process would not be easy for Gilbert, if only because of his mild dementia, but he also had tremendous fear. During the last 10 days of his life, when I was staying with him, I spent much time by his side, helping to guide him through his confusion about what was happening and helping him to overcome that fear. He worked very hard and he did very well. I wrote Judy an email explaining Gilbert's condition and what he had told me and asked her to please come. She and her husband left the retreat and arrived a few days later. When Judy walked into Gilbert's room, he lit up with the most incredible surge of energy and a smile on his face that was bigger and wider than any I had ever seen. Gilbert died the following day. I had lost my best friend, but I felt exhilarated. Some deep regrets about the many mistakes I had made as his caregiver were washed away by the work I had done to give him a good death. Helping others experience the comfort and sense of closure that I'd been able to offer Gilbert felt like a calling. So I enrolled in a training with the International End-of-Life Doula Association, or INELDA, and started my path as an end-of-life doula. So I hope this death story has illustrated some of the aspects of the support, comfort, insight, and guidance that end-of-life doulas offer to people who are facing death and to their loved ones who are with them. Doulas walk beside people on their end-of-life journey as they seek out the meaning of their life, as they explore whether and how to settle unresolved issues and conflicts. We walk beside them as they determine their legacy to their loved ones and how to represent that. And we are with them as they plan their own vigil, or the period when a dying person becomes largely unresponsive and death is expected within days. Doulas also support the dying person and their loved ones with education about hospice, palliative care, the normal physical processes of dying, and how to support the person through physical care and touch. Doulas can participate in the vigil by sitting with the person, helping make sure they never have to be alone. We do what we can to help people have a good death with dignity. I think the most important function a doula can have is to listen. Someone facing death is experiencing perhaps the most meaningful transition of their life. Like all such transitions, it's not easy. It takes work. There's struggle, and there can be anguish. It's valuable to have someone who has experienced death with others to talk with about what they're going through, what they need, and what they want while they are dying. Having these conversations with close friends or family might be difficult for various reasons. A doula who is an outsider and also is familiar with what the person is going through can be a valuable resource and support. Long-term survivors of HIV and AIDS have led incredible lives. We've survived because when society failed to take care of us, we banded together and took care of each other. Lives were saved and lives were changed. This gathering today is not just about taking good care of ourselves. Like Greg pointed out, it's about taking good care of each other. As we get older and the reality of our own mortality becomes more present, I think doula work is essential. Far too often, our healthcare system fails to give people a good death. We need to learn how to do this for each other. If you're interested in learning more about the doula approach to end of life and dying, I encourage you to get in touch with me. I would love to talk with you. I can also connect you with other doulas in Coachella Valley. I've just put in the chat my information. Feel free to text or email me. I've also put a link to a book called Finding Peace at the End of Life by Henry Fusco Weiss. He is the co-founder and executive director of INELDA, and his book covers many of the materials that were included in our training. So join me. I think my own greatest strength as a doula is as a listener. So I will end my talk here with a question to think about. What would you like your death story to be? And with that, I will hand it over to Richard to talk about planning for care.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Harry. I mean, I'm already all emotional because this whole topic is extremely personal to me, and I'm very passionate about it. I coordinate a public service called PALS, and PALS stands for Planning Ahead for LGBTQ Seniors. Now, seniors is in the grand sense because we're all seniors to somebody. And I'm very happy to see future seniors here as well, because you are very, very important to the whole community and to all of us who are seniors. It's what I have to say about caregiving is very simple. Planning ahead. We have, excuse me, I'm getting confused. What I have to say about caregiving is very simple. You have to plan ahead for it. A friend of mine's partner was living for 2.5 years with leukemia. And then one afternoon about 3 o'clock, the leukemia blasted his nervous system and he became paralyzed. They had not had a conversation in those 2.5 years about care if he would need it. And so that's when they began to have this conversation. What do we do now? They were totally alone together. And there was no doula, Alex. I wish they had. I wish I had known what to do at the time. And the death was the antithesis of dignified. I think you can probably imagine. Planning ahead for care requires conversations. It requires conversations with other people and with yourself. I'm sure that many of you, like me, have had quite a few conversations regarding care because we've been living with HIV, especially navigating medical services. But let me expand your mind. Let me stretch your mind. Make up scenarios. For instance, if you fall down at home and you can't get up, what is your plan? Now, some of you may remember the ad right for the clapper, right? Falling down and you can't get up, well, you can turn on the lights. But beyond that, what is your plan? What if you fall down and you're at home and you're unconscious? What is your plan? If you are in the hospital and you're discharged, let's say you're discharged to home, what is your plan if you need help with daily living? Who's going to prepare your meals? Who will help you out of bed? Who will manage your meds? Who's going to pay for your care if you need someone else, if you have no one, there with you? Does your health insurance pay for the care, or is your care paid for out of pocket? Who's going to advocate for you when you go to the doctor to be sure that you're getting the medical care that you deserve? A friend of mine's partner was dying of, became very, very ill. And he invited 4 of us to go with him to hear what the surgeon had to say, because he didn't trust himself to hear everything that was necessary. So we all need someone to advocate for us. Again, if you're discharged from the hospital to skilled nursing or to rehab, the hospital is going to ask you, where do you want to go? A friend of mine was being discharged. They gave him 3 names of skilled nursing, and he knew none of them. And he said to me, had he known about the one he chose, he wouldn't have gone. He wouldn't have chosen that. If you're considering assisted living, among other things that are important, do you like the food? What if you were to go to an assisted living residence and all of a sudden you hate the food? Well, I say, instead of going to Bongo Johnny's for lunch, arrange for a meal at an assisted living residence. And ask for a tour as well. Sounds weird, but that's all about planning ahead. Are your legal documents set up to respect your wishes if you become incapacitated? Do you need to liquidate assets to afford care? I do have a financial advisor. I was blessed as a teacher and administrator at LA Unified that they matched contributions to an IRA, right? And so, no, my CPA. So one time I went to my CPA recently, actually, and he said, why are you reinvesting your interest and dividends? How old are you? Well, I was 75 at the time. And it was like a major transition. It was almost like a hideous rite of passage that all of a sudden I'm old enough. There's no reason to keep reinvesting. It's time to start spending that money. Well, I was horrified. Well, anyway, I am spending a lot more than I used to. When is it time, another scenario, when is it time for you to move to a more manageable home, to right size? Is your home safe for falls? Who has access to your passwords? Okay, I'll stop. I know you're overwhelmed right now. I'm overwhelmed. It's a huge, huge process to plan ahead, because once you get into it, it's pretty intense. But you know what? Planning ahead is powerful, and we don't plan ahead alone, because we have to have conversations with family and friends and neighbors. And there's a wonderful byproduct that when you have these conversations, there's an opportunity for the relationship to become enhanced. I had a lunch friend who I visited in the hospital. He lives alone. He fainted, and we chatted together. And I said, you know, I've been thinking about getting a medical alert system. So we agreed to go shopping for one. Actually, I decided to get a watch, and Apple Watch has fall protection, and the Galaxy Watch 4, Samsung Galaxy Watch 4 has fall protection as well. But anyway, so we did our shopping, but we agreed to check in on each other every morning. And so we do, we text with some clever ditty. Like for Saturday, it's, you know, Sexy Sarah Saturday. We text each other funny little ditties. But we decided to get together once a week at Ristretto for coffee. And now, you know, we have each other's backs. It was a great benefit from this planning ahead process. So let me tell you a little bit about PALS, because PALS, Planning Ahead for LGBTQ Seniors, we provide you with resources, information, and support to plan ahead for care. And if you're not already a PAL, I see several of you already are. I put the website in the chat. I also put it up here by my name, palsinthedesert.com. And you can subscribe to our email list from there. Our 8th seminar season starts next Saturday. The presenter is Brian DeVries, who's going to be our next speaker at this conference. And the subject is going to be Feels Like We've Been Here Before, Older LGBT People and the COVID-19 Pandemic. I think this topic was brought up. Jeff, you brought this up, I believe. Also, another resource I want to share with you is a really wonderful community that I belong to, Let's Kick Ass. ASS stands for AIDS Survivor Syndrome. I mean, Let's Kick Ass is my people. It's a social community. It's a community for people and allies living with HIV. And I'm really happy to announce I've been working with Alex on this and Chris Christensen. We're going to inaugurate a new drop-in weekly discussion group via Zoom. It's called the LKA Roundtable every Tuesday. It's going to start October 5th at 4 p.m. Do we have the lkaps.org. Thank you so much. Okay, so aging positively, that's what we're talking about today. Reducing stress and reducing isolation. As each of you creates your own care network, Together, we create a culture. We create a community of people who look out for each other. We're in this together, and we will age positively together. It's never too soon to plan ahead. Start today. Thanks.
Richard, thank you so much. And thank you also to Alex and Perry. We do have a couple of minutes for questions if anybody would like to put a question in the chat. We did get, Alex, we especially got some wonderful comments on your story and your journey. And I know I was personally moved by it, and many others were as well. So thank you so much for sharing that. And the whole concept of a doula and the ability for us to find those resources. I know I've copied and pasted those into a note myself today. Brett Klein, who's part of our committee here, also put something in the chat that Google passwords can be downloaded. Just make sure that you keep that file safe. Let's see if there are any other questions here. A lot of kudos here. And then Richard, there was a question, are there podcasts available with PALS? Have you done any podcasting?
No, we haven't planned ahead for podcasts, but on our website, we have archived several seminars that we've recorded, and some presentations by PowerPoint.
Okay. We may have to have you on the I Love Gay Palm Springs podcast, because I think this would definitely be of interest to our community. All right,
Brad,
Richard. Yes.
I just wanted to mention too, Richard didn't bring it up, but they hold regular death cafes where there's conversations about death, which I think are very beneficial to open that dialogue and get the conversation going. And Richard has normalized that in so many ways through the Death Cafe. And I just want to a little shout out, kudo to Richard and his group for doing that.
Thank you, Candace. We also have a weekly PALS Cafe with various topics every Wednesday at 4 p.m. So, you know, we may be virtual, but I mean, the connection, we have connections, we have global connections with each other. It's very, very powerful. We have to think about that when we go in person.
So Richard, it looks like there's also a question about the information about the new Roundtable weekly group. Is that something, have you talked about that, or is that something different you've not talked about yet?
No, that's a new discussion group sponsored by Let's Kick Ass. So get on the website and give us, be sure that you're subscribed, and we will send you the announcement. It begins October 5th. There'll be an announcement in the newsletter. So if you're subscribed to the LKA newsletter, you'll get that announcement.
Yeah. LKAPS.org is the website to go to. That's in the chat as well as all those resources. So if you are on the presentation today and you scroll up a little bit, there's a lot of great information. You can just copy and paste that. And one little thing to the right of your chat, down at the bottom, there are 3 little dots. And at any time, if you have to leave, or at the end of our presentation today, you can click on those 3 little dots, and there's the ability to save the entire chat conversation. That'll get saved into a text file. It goes into your Zoom files. But it is something that could be very valuable in terms of keeping all the resources together at the end of our presentation today. So again, next to where you can message somebody in chat, where it says to everyone, there's a little smiley face. You can put emojis there. There's a new one, and then there's the 3 dots, and that's where you would hit the save button. All right, 12:15, it is the Aging Positively Reunion Project on September the 18th. Richard, thank you. Perry and Alex, again, thank all 3 of you for just an absolutely wonderful conversation about aging and caregiving and end of life. So thank you. A little applause there for everyone. And now we'd like to move on to our next presentation, which Richard was talking about. This is Brian DeVries with Let's Kick Ass. And Brian's presentation is on friendships What are friendships for? Brian has pre-recorded this today, and we are going to run this session now.
About something about which I'm really interested and passionate, and I think that might be true for more of us. So I've been asked to talk about friendship, and I'll have a particular focus on LGBT persons and the second half of life. Just a bit of background. I kind of came into this area both personally and professionally. I'm the youngest child and the only gay child of a large family of people who immigrated to Canada. So I'm a first generation Canadian. I'm also a dual citizen. I'm the only gay person in our family. My parents emigrated after having served in the underground during the Second World War in the Netherlands. Came to Canada, struggled for a bit, and my father became an Anglican minister. And as a consequence, we moved around a lot. I mentioned all of that because I think all of those play into how I view friends and the nature of friendship kind of in my life. And the impact it's had both on me personally and professionally. And so I came to observe, I think, and understand friendship in the ways I have based on those sorts of experiences. And those observations include a sense of the cultural ambiguity with which friendship is seen, I think, in North American society. I want to be able to say more about that, but it's as if friendship is both hugged and slapped at the same time. That's kind of the impression I get of friendship. And notwithstanding that, there's been a fair amount of research on friendship, mostly focusing on kind of the benefits of having friends for individuals across the life course and of different sexual orientations, gender identities. But I'd like to take a particular focus on LGBT persons and make reference when I can to some of the research that's been done on older persons living with HIV/AIDS. With that as a backdrop, I'd like to encourage us to kind of shift the focus a bit from the more traditional way in which friendship has been seen to one of the other ways in which friendship exists that I think offers more potential for us to both develop friendships and to grow. And so it's through that into next steps that where I'd like to end the talk. So that's kind of the plan of what I hope for this afternoon, this morning. If we turn to culture, and this speaks a lot, I think, of my life, that the first thing about culture is movies. But I think movies represent, in movies, there's a pretty strong representation of friendship. I've just taken 3 posters here of movies that sort of came to my mind, and there's many others, but this is sort of explicit reference of friendship in movies, Between Friends, My Best Friend's Wedding, Love and Friendship. A more implicit representation of friendship in movies is even more prominent. Here, for example, The Green Book, The Big Chill, Thelma and Louise, and I bet you could come up with dozens of others, the primary focus of which is friendship. And so friendship has a pretty strong presence in movies as well as in television. Friends, of course, would probably first come to mind, a movie with the name of the object of our research, but so too is Sex and the City, The Big Bang Theory, Seinfeld, Will and Grace, for example, Frankie and Grace, or Grace and Frankie, is it? But that there's, again, an even larger representation of friendship on popular television programs. So too can we see friendship in literature and in popular media. It's a bit different in this context. When I've looked through kind of the sources of friendship in media, I would say the bulk of the books available are children's books on friendship, and often how to become friends or how to make friends. Second most frequent would probably be books on women's friendships. They're also not infrequent, and women have a pretty strong voice in this literature, and also are the authors of the third category, which is self-help books on friendship. So the literature on friendship is mostly geared to children or to women and in understanding and developing friendships. Probably the mother lode, though, for me, of friendship in culture is represented in music. And my guess is that I'm embedding an earworm here, because for me, whenever I hear songs, the minute friend is mentioned or referenced, I kind of perk up a bit, and it's in large proportion of popular music. Here, just a dozen or 15 titles arranged in this kind of word salad way of friendship in popular songs, from "You're My Best Friend" to "My Old Friend," "Whenever I Call You Friend," "Thank You for Being a Friend," and the Golden Girls, "You Gotta Have Friends." Bette Midler has sung quite a few of these, by the way, to "Whenever I Call You," to "That's What Friends Are For." So the goal here of these last few slides is really kind of just to represent the extent to which friendship is kind of deeply embedded and prominent in North American culture. And I use that to contrast the way in which friendship is kind of poorly treated in more formal cultural representations. For example, think of the language we have to talk about our friends. And this represents a study done that tried to characterize the range of terms that people use for friends. And it's a pretty clumsy language, as you can see. There's acquaintance and friend, and then close friend and best friend. Best friend itself, always I struggle with, because it kind of implies worse friends and commodifies or makes competitive something that's inherently not intended to be. But it's a pretty clumsy short list, particularly when you pair that against the language we have for family. Just think of all the terms we have for different family representatives, from parent, child, sibling, grandparent, grandchild, cousins, along a far range for second, third, nieces, nephews. You see the list there, and this is a partial list. So the language and the terms we have for family relationships really far outweighs, you see, the kind of pitiful few terms that seem available for friendship. Moreover, there's different ways in which family relationships have been characterized, from matrifocal to patrifocal, mother or father focused, nuclear or avuncular, sort of, the parent-child relationship, to the grandparent-headed family, extended kin or fictive or honorary kin. So just that contrast is meant to really represent the preference for family in North American culture. We see that in a variety of other ways. I mentioned to you my Canadian citizenship and birthright. I do a lot of research continuing in Canada with colleagues, mostly on end-of-life issues amongst LGBT persons. And from that, I was made aware of a list in British Columbia that is intended to help, with a question mark, I suspect, people identify who would be your decision maker should you come to a time where you're unable to make a decision, or to assist those who are in charge of your, in charge of your care, about to whom they would turn as a decision maker in your absence. So in British Columbia, the government has proposed this as a list of temporary substitute decision makers in the order in which they could be approached. And you see, it's heavily dominated by family. I've highlighted a close friend, the 8th out of 9 potential candidates, following, quote, anyone else related to you by birth or adoption. So it's as if you exhaust every possible family tie there ever could be, then you could go to friend. So friend feels like it's given a bit of short shrift there. We see that in other characteristics in other settings as well. In clinical and healthcare settings, for example, this is an interesting point that was raised by a colleague of mine, Rosemary Bleasner. She said, if, you know, in a family relationship, in a couple relationship, you have a conflict, there's a family and couples therapist, right, to whom you could turn to assist for support. You have a conflict with friend, kind of too bad, you're on your own. There isn't a dedicated friendship therapist. Hospital settings too have sort of overlooked friends, although that has changed. But I bet so many of us think back to younger years when friends were in the hospital and we had to be some distant cousin just to get in the door, right? Family was given preference. Friends were kind of left at the outside. We've seen that in a variety of other studies too. A colleague, Judith Barker, has studied friend as caregivers. And about 10% of a sort of any population of caregivers are non-family members. So they're probably friends and neighbors. The distinction between those two is unclear. But in her research, she found that these were willing and loving persons providing care to a friend, doing every bit as much as family, but against a backdrop of suspicious healthcare providers. Many, that's overstating it, several of them were brought to probate court by these healthcare providers, doubting the authenticity of the care they are providing. Really, these healthcare providers were asking the friends, what are you doing here really? So very suspicious of the nature of the relationship. Mark Brennan-Ing, who I bet is known to many of you, a colleague of mine, has done a fair bit of research on friend caregivers to persons living with HIV/AIDS, and particularly the samples in New York and Chicago found that these friend-centric caregivers provide care every bit as competent as family caregivers, yet they do so in this context of kind of doubts of their authenticity, suspicions of their reasons for being there. Finally, I don't mean to flog this too much, but friendships and funerals, that friends play roles in funerals to the extent that families permit them to, right? So there's some of my research on bereavement, and there's a 600 or 700 page volume of the Handbook of Bereavement that covers all of the research in this area. If you go to the index and look under friend as grievers, it's not listed. Friend is only listed as support to the bereft. It's as if the only role for friend is to support those who are, quote, entitled to their grief. So there's a kind of institutional formal disregard for friends across a range of healthcare and clinical settings, and even in the sort of government sanctioned decision makers that they offer as importantly assistance to individuals. I mentioned all of that really to provide a context. And the context is that of the mixed message of friendship. Friendship's important, but just not as important as family. And it kind of reinforces the message many of us received as kids. That is, what happens when a friend moves away or we lose a friend? We're told to make a new one. And the message there is kind of a notion of interchangeability. And so for me, I've come to think of friendship as the Rodney Dangerfield of relationships. It gets no respect, but it deserves respect, in part by virtue of some of the research that point to the many benefits of friendship, to which I'll turn now. Here, this is just a summary of dozens of studies, many of which are large-scale research projects internationally, focusing on, quote, the benefits of friendship. Let's turn to the first, mental health. A variety of studies have found that friendship ties are stronger predictors of better mental health particularly depression, reduced depression, than ties with other relatives. Even in bereavement, we've found in several large studies that connections to friends are better indicators of mental health and adaptation to grief than our connections to family. Another set of studies have found that relationships with friends increase positive affect, and improve life satisfaction. When that's compared with relationships with family, it's been found that family relationships also improve positive affect, but they also increase negative affect and have no impact on satisfaction. So both of these cases, friendships has more to contribute to emotional well-being. We've seen lots of studies that show friendship reduces loneliness, isolation, creates a sense of belongingness. Several recent studies have found that relational closeness, particularly with friends, is important for in maintaining cognitive functioning in later life. Idea of being exposed to different perspectives, other worldviews, and a large study out of Australia quite a few years ago that's now been replicated shows that those with strong connections to friends live longer than those without such connections. So the role of friends has a pretty strong presence and valence in the well-being of individuals. That's probably particularly true for LGBT persons and others whose lives kind of fall outside of traditional heteronormative modes. If we look at family absent context, for example, and that could be from rejection of individuals by their family or by individuals of their family, or alienation, just growing distant. In either case, that there's sadly great prevalence of family absence or a lack of presence in the lives of older LGBT people. And as a consequence, research has looked to the extent to which LGBT people turn to their friends. And the notion of chosen family has kind of been given a lot of play lately of how we as LGBT people create our own family out of the friends who are important to us in our lives. Armistead Maupin spoke of that as logical kin, I think in a clever play of words, as in contrast to biological kin. So my logical kin are my friends, notwithstanding my biological family. In a large study we did now over 10 years ago of over 2,100 US adults, about half of whom were LGBT and all were boomers. 2/3 of our LGBT sample said they had a chosen family. So it's a sizable number. We don't know enough about chosen families. I want to say that I think it's an important area to study, but perhaps we choose dysfunctional families to replicate the families with which we're familiar, right? So chosen family in and of itself, I think, needs to be unpacked a bit, but we do know that there are a lot of positive elements. From that same national study, for example, on the right-hand side here, we see that LGBT people relative to general population, 93% of whom are heterosexual, are far more likely to seek out advice, emergency support, encouragement, assistance with errands, and to confide with their friends than are heterosexual people. So there's a greater connection to friends amongst LGBT than amongst comparably aged heterosexual people, boomers in this case. I turn now to a study we did last summer with PALS, Planning Ahead for LGBT Seniors, of which I was a member and on the steering committee. We asked about 130 older desert dwelling adults, the extent to which they receive emotional support or to whom they turn for emotional support, for short-term help, and for long-term help. There are a variety of options, but if we just choose these kind of individual sources to highlight some of the variations, you see in the darker color here that friends figure prominently across all of these domains, particularly for emotional support. It's almost 70% of these 130 older lesbian, gay, bi, and trans people turned to their friends. About 55% turned to their friends for short-term help, about 40% for long-term help. There's two messages here, I think. One, the prevalence of friends, but two, also the kind of limit of friendship. Now, whether that's friends were unwilling or unable to offer that deeper support sought for long-term help, or whether we as friends were less willing to ask them for that support, that's unclear, and it's an important dimension here, to which I think we can come back to. You see that relatives are second in frequency of those to whom we turn for emotional support, but figure pretty weakly in short-term and long-term help. Neighbors, interestingly, figure more so for short-term help. And sadly, no one, the green bar, is the second largest category of long-term help. And that bar, I must say, was disproportionately populated by men. So we find that across a variety of studies that men are more likely to have no one to whom to turn and to have friends to whom to turn, but difficulty engaging in that negotiation with friends. A study we did several years ago in San Francisco asked about 160 persons living with HIV/AIDS in the Bay Area, similar sorts of questions. Are friends helpful in a variety of different kinds of needs? And just as we've seen before, friends seem to have their strongest influence in providing advice, in encouragement, and in confiding, are also present and in some significant numbers, but less so when it comes time to some of those instrumental activities like shopping, housework, driving, and financial support. So for both LGBT people in general and persons living with HIV, this population, primarily lesbian and gay, friends figure prominently, and their strongest influence is in a kind of emotional support needs. But the notion and the experience of friendship is changing in the US. Most dramatically through the pandemic has probably been your experience and mine, but not exclusively restricted to that. So for example, we have found in our large Canadian study, as have others in this American study, for example, that almost half report losing touch with their friends over the course of the pandemic. Interestingly here, though, those rates are lower for older persons than they are for younger persons. That is to say, older persons were somewhat more likely to have remained in contact than were younger persons over the pandemic. Maybe more familiar with the phone, more used to the nature of that sort of contact. That remains to be seen, but overall there's a decrease or a loss of touch with some friends, less so for older than for younger people. But it's not just a pandemic effect. If you look here at the Survey for American Life, had conducted research over the decades. And so they were able to compare their 1990 results with their 2021 results. And for example, in 1990, Americans, 33% reported that they had 10 or more close friends. By 2021, it was 13%. In 1990, 3/4 of their population, and it's a large population, representative population of US adults, said they had a best friend. It was 59% in 2021. In 1990, 3% said they had no close friends. In 2021, that was up to 12%. And about half the people in 2021 said that they're barely or somewhat satisfied with their number of friends. So there is something happening in friendship, not just by the pandemic, but over the course of decades, that there's been a reduction in the number of friends and the satisfaction we have with those numbers. One poll in Evite conducted a survey of primarily younger people, but found that friendships ended, well, first of all, 82% of the sample, and again, they had over 1,000 people, said that lasting friendships were hard to find, and that friendships ended for a variety of reasons. The primary ones listed here: moving away or growing apart, where both parties are too busy, or a sense of betrayal, or not being there when I needed you, a sort of lack of support through a tough time. Almost half of US adults from this survey said they had not made a friend in the past 5 years. And that same number reported that they would go out of their way to make friends if they knew how or had more opportunities. That's the point on which I want to pivot here. I think that we do know how, and there are ways in our grasp, if only we kind of shift the focus of friendship. If we think of almost everything I've said so far, the focus has been on having a friend, right? How many friends do we have? How do we count on our friends? To a much lesser degree, we've addressed being a friend. But in fact, we have to be a friend to have a friend, right? And we don't focus on being a friend. I wonder if it's, and this is the more dramatic me, so pardon this if you feel like rolling your eyes here, but I wonder if the question isn't similar to that posed by Kennedy in an inaugural address. Changed to add friendship, but not ask what your friends can do for you, but what you can do for your friends. Maybe our focus should be on being the friend we want to have, right? And so if we think of that as sort of a perspective, let me turn to another study we did in San Francisco a few years ago, where we asked about 160 participants to talk about the characteristic of what a good friend is. Half were heterosexual, half were gay or lesbian. On the left-hand side are the dimensions that heterosexuals identified as characteristics of a good friend, and you'll see that there's much overlap. But over half said a friend is someone who's loyal and committed. Just over a third said a friend is somebody who's trustworthy. About a quarter said it's somebody in whom I can self-disclose or we could talk about important matters. And about 1 in 5 spoke of both acceptance and sociability. Sociability being, the opportunity to have fun together. Part of the overlap, but gay and lesbian people more strongly endorsed trust, loyalty, and shared values. Almost half or over half for all three of those. 1 in 3 said love or care, and about the same said acceptance. This is relevant, I think, in that if this is what we're looking for in a friend, this is what we can be to our friends, right? I mean, this is what helps us identify the characteristics from which that friendship can develop. I put this up here. It's hard to read and not super important, other than I'm happy to share this with you. But this represents just a quick search of some popular publications where their attention has turned more to the notion of friendship with a little bit of emphasis on being a friend. So there is a shift, I think, in our thinking, and I'm hoping to encourage that, about being a friend. And here you could find some useful strategies of how to be a friend. And I've abstracted those on this next slide. So this represents kind of my summary of those popular reports in the New York Times, in Parade magazine, and in others. But I want to say that I think the framework that guides this is intentionality and empathy. I think we have to be intentional in our friendships. I think as kids and over the course of our early lives, we heard things such as, if you have to work that hard at a friendship, maybe it's not worth having. Well, anything worth having is worth working hard for. And I think that it's true of friendship here. And that's what I mean by intentionality. Empathy, I think, has become in short supply nationally and internationally, but it's critically important for friendship, for us to think of the world in this person's shoes. We can't live in those shoes, but we can at least give ourselves a moment to think of what is it like for them. And with these two perspectives, we can now take action, take initiative, show up. That's part of intentionality, is to be there, to make time. And we could do a favor today, and it's not a big deal, but I mention it just by virtue of the point here. I drove our neighbors to the airport. Big deal, we live 3 miles from the airport. It was at 4:30 in the morning. I like them. They do a lot for us. I wanted to do that for them. That's kind of being a friend. It made me feel good to be able to support them. There are sort of organizations that could draw our attention, joining a club, some board, or a class. Like Let's Kick Ass would be an organization that would support the development of friendships. PALS is the same thing, planning ahead for LGBT seniors. Scheduling a friend date, making time to have time with another person. And while you're together, be engaged. It's asking questions, being curious of each other's lives. That's the empathic part. And it means listening. Listening isn't a passive activity. Listening is active. It's engaging. It's maintaining eye contact. And when appropriate, sharing part of yourself as well. And it is through this engagement, I think, that friendships can develop. And it also helps to reach out through your network. 40%, for example, of a large study said they made a close friend through their network. 35% said they made a close friend in their neighborhood. People are there. People are craving interactions. We can provide that and sponsor and nurture that by being the kind of friend we want to be. We can stay in touch, cards and emails, and it's not as simple as just forwarding a joke that you've heard, even as that might be fun, but make some connection. I will forward news accounts or photos that I've seen, but not by themselves. It's always, this reminds me of the time when ... we were together, or I thought this would interest you because of your interest in whatever, right? It's making those connections, reaching out. Another great example, when we lived in San Francisco, we moved down here 6 years ago now, a friend of ours sought to increase his social network, and he was tired of the bars. He had frequented the bars a lot, and knew a lot of people and was a great guy, and but wanted something different. So he would host a weekly Saturday night potluck. He would invite friends and ask them to invite friends, and to set the bar low so that it's not a culinary cook-off. He'd get a frozen lasagna, cook it, but that would be his contribution. So it wasn't about the food, it was about getting together in an informal place with people you're getting to know and wanting to whom you want to reach out. I think it was really successful and a lot of fun. And finally, show appreciation and practice acceptance. I don't mean for this to be pedantic or for me to lecture. This is kind of how I remind myself, is I have to practice acceptance and not to rush it. Not everyone has to be a close friend, right? And we may be looking for someone just to go to movies with, just to walk around the block with. That's fine. Just to be in touch, to be connected with others, and to be the friend you would want to be. So kind of to summarize here, what I hope I've tried to convey is that in the context of a pretty ambiguous cultural context, ambiguous cultural message, friendship has value. And perhaps that's even more true for us as LGBT people or others who live, quote, in marginalized communities, that is, outside of kind of traditional heterosexual ideals. I think in general, we are poorly prepared to develop and honor friendship. As kids, there's emphasis given to developing and being a friend. As we grow older, we lose kind of that support. we adopt messages that it's friendships develop naturally. We're not as intentional. And as a consequence, we come to this stage in our life with kind of, I don't know, weak structures to develop and honor friendship. And we have built a system where we focus more on having a friend than being a friend. I think that's part of North American tradition, of focus on number and size, right? That somehow more or bigger is better. And we've kind of applied that to social networks. And we've adopted this kind of competitive language of best friend. We shed those kind of notions and focus on the relationships we have, focus on being a friend rather than having a friend. I think we can open the doors for friendship development and for our development. And I think all of the benefits that are accrued from both of those. And just as a starting point, just to share that July 30th, 2022 is International Friendship Day. Why don't we use that opportunity to send cards to people maybe we haven't talked to, or to call, or to just reach out. It's celebrated much more extensively in other cultures. Many of us probably didn't even know this day existed. Perhaps it's a hallmark moment, but why not us? Why can't we at least capitalize on that? Thanks. I appreciate you being here.
That's wonderful. Brian, thank you so much for being with us today at Aging Positively, the Reunion Project. We're just a few minutes away from Andy Bell. Brian is also joining us live and is open to taking a few questions. I'm going to pull something out of the chat. Hank writes, after losing my entire circle of friends in San Francisco during the 80s and early 90s, for several years, I hesitated to make new friends for fear of going through that kind of loss again. Have other people experienced this and have that hesitancy to make new friends? And Brian, maybe you can speak to that in terms of how do you cope with that?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for that question too. I have heard that and sort of experienced that too, and I can appreciate that hesitancy and feeling like we're going to go through that loss all again. But it's kind of the balance I feel like I have to strike is do I fear going out for being hit by a car, right? And at some point, I feel like I just have to take that risk, and I think the risk is worth taking, both for what I can learn and gain from the friends, but for, again, becoming more the me I'd like to be in that process. So I'd encourage that kind of risk taking and empathize, knowing that there are risks involved, and I think ultimately it's worth it.
And the risk really, I think, is loneliness, right? It's the loss of having that friend, but I think you also have to think back to what did that friendship contribute to your life during that period, however short or long that may be. There's a kind of a long piece that I've seen called "Is Somebody in Your Life for a Reason, a Season, or a Lifetime?"
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's something that's an interesting thing to contemplate. Is somebody there just for a really reason? Is it there for a season, for a time, or is it somebody who's a lifelong friend?
I think it's a great point, Brad. And also that I've come to realize, I think, that there's I only express certain parts of myself to certain people.
Sure.
And I've realized that with the death of friends, like the previous question, when my closest friend in Vancouver died, I lost not only him, but I lost part of me. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so I grieved that part of me. And I think that part was a bit of a inhibition for reaching out in other contexts as well.
Yeah, no doubt. Any other questions that may be in the chat? I know, Jonathan, you made note of a cruise that's happening next year. There's an HIVcruise.com, which I think is part of Akaya's cruise to the Mexican coast possibly next year. I'm not sure if that's the one or not. So Jonathan Goldman, thank you for that. So Jeff, thank you for your comment as well. And with that, it's about 12:55. I don't know if Andy is with us yet.
Yeah, I'm here.
I don't know. We're going to find out. There he is. So before we get before that, Andy, you know, if you were just listening for the last couple of minutes, we had like that's kind of like a Golden Girls, you know, like thank you for being a friend, and Dionne Warwick, that's what friends are for. Did you ever do any songs about friends?
You disappeared just then.
I'm back now. I said, did you ever do any songs about friends?
I wouldn't say specifically about friends, but we kind of songs are always drawn on not exactly personal experiences. That's what I'm still waiting for. I'm waiting for that song to kind of like one that's going to really affect me, you know.
Yeah.
But I think mostly your friends are wrapped up in your songs, but you kind of take elements of their personalities and you somehow you weave them into the narrative of the song, you know.
Wonderful. Well, this is a great segue and introduction to you, Mr. Bell. Do you want to be known as Andy or Andrew? We heard earlier that Carl Schmidt, who was one of our speakers earlier, said that you may be going by Andrew these days. Is that true?
Oh, I love Andy, because it's kind of.
You love it. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, Andy, Digger, whatever you like.
Well, wonderful. Let's introduce you as Andy Bell, and it's such a pleasure to speak with you. I was a disc jockey back in the 80s and 90s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. So I played your music on radio stations and helped break some of that music here in the US. And it was so much fun. And I didn't know about you and your history. I wasn't really out myself. I didn't know a ton about you, but over the years, we've certainly learned a lot about your life, your rich history, and what you've been through. And so today we are just so thrilled to have you on board. And you know, as the forming member of Erasure, that little history, this bio blurb that we had in our information, talking about how you and Vince Clarke had advertised for a singer, and he was was he somebody that you really looked up to? Was that the deal?
He was. I mean, he was one of my heroes. He was.
Yeah.
I studied the charts when I was a teenager. You know, I listened to Radio Caroline, and that was a pirate radio station, which was offshore. You know, until it got raided, but it was offshore. And I had my nan, my favorite nan, because I was the oldest grandson. She bought me an ITT Combat Command radio, so I could pick up Radio Caroline and I listened to it under my pillow in my bed. So I kind of learnt the charts off by heart, you know, and all the music people and stuff like that.
That's amazing. That's so cool. I actually just purchased a radio station here in Palm Springs, K-Gay. It's the gayest radio station in the world.
Wow.
And so we play your music, and we've been talking about this all week, and it's just a thrill to have you, Andy Bell, with us today, founding member of Erasure. And, you know, the songs like Chains of Love and Little Respect and Oh L'Amour, I almost sang it. I sang it during the dress rehearsal, but I decided I would only say it today. So, you know, a 3-decade plus career, and we're just really happy to have you here and to talk a little bit about your life experience, and then some of the work you're doing with the Hetrick Martin Institute and the charity Diverse and Above the Stag. I don't know that, but it's London's only LGBTQ theater company. We've got a number of those theater companies here in Palm Springs. So Andy, a pleasure. Let's let you take it away, and thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you so much as well. Thank you for the invitation. I mean, I think there are quite a few lesbian and gay theatres in London, but the one that I'm a patron of is called Stag, and we've been doing this series of work by this amazing poet and dramatist called Barney Ashton Bullock, and he's a real word playsmith. And tonight it's funny because he's DJing in one of the pubs in London that's kind of open for the first night tonight. Like he DJ upstairs. Hello, can you still see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we work together like all the time. You know, we've done so far 3 plays and read poetry. I've sang his songs, made 3 albums, and for me, it's an important part of being outside of Erasure, because Erasure is kind of I love it, but it's kind of like my daytime job, you know, and my full-time living. But at the same time, you've got to go out and you've got to challenge yourself, you know, to do stuff. And I found out, I thought I would be a good actor, but I found out actually that speaking words is a totally different thing to singing them. That's why I've kind of, I'd like to start to learn Shakespeare, because he's spoken and poetry at the same time, and I think that might be a bit easier for my mind to remember. I don't know who appeared on my screen. There's a handsome man with "Let's kick ass" behind his.
Yes, he was when you're in a view that if somebody else talks, it switches over to whomever's voice happens to come up. So, but you're on our screens all the time, so we're definitely seeing you here as well. Yeah, you're muted now. I think everything's good. So tell us more about what. First, let's just go through the career. I think we should spend a little time, and you know, the coming out story. I think we all would like to hear that, and you know what that was like, and what discrimination you faced, maybe from the record labels or your fans, etc.
Well, I think I was very fortunate because, you know, in one way, you know, I think Vince Clarke and I meeting together was kismet, you know, and he'd worked with Depeche Mode and Alison Moyet, and a lot of people thought that Alison Moyet was black, that she was a black lesbian, you know, because of her voice and then how she looked, and which she has an affinity to, you know, but and so Vince was so credible. He was such a credible artist, and like quite left field compared to like most of the other stuff that was going on. And also, to this day, we're not even signed to an independent label called Mute Records, which in some ways is a benefit, and in other ways you don't get the publicity that a major label would afford you, you know. So anyway, so I answered this advert in 1985, which was said, versatile singer, established songwriter looking for versatile singer. So I thought, I'll try that, you know. So I was already in a band, but I thought I answered the ad, and I was living in a gay cooperative at that time. It was like one of the last gay cooperatives in London. And one of my flatmates has said to me, because I rehearsed along to Yaz Records and Alison Moyet and Communards, that's going to be you in a year's time. And I was like, you know, and I thought, or maybe I should write Vince Clarke a letter and see if he needs a singer. So I answered this ad, just random, on this weekend. And I called up and they said, well, we're having auditions this weekend. If we don't find anybody, we'll give you a ring on Monday. You know, and that was that. So I thought I wouldn't hear from them again. And then they called again on Monday and they said, oh, have you heard of a guy called Vince Clarke? And I was like, are you kidding me? Are you joking? You know? And they said, can you come down today for a rehearsal? So I said, yes, of course, you know. And I went down and I just thought, I'm going to have the best day of my life. You know, I'm going to have the most fabulous day. If I get the job or not, I'm going to be in the studio with Vince Clarke. And I took an umbrella, which was like massive, but it was like orange and brown, this umbrella. And Vince said that's how he remembers me, because of my umbrella. But that's his dry sense and his way of kind of like keeping you in your place, kind of thing. But I kind of I sang 2 songs, and then, you know, for me it was like an honor just to be in the studio to sing with Vince, you know. And I'd met him before. This is all in my notes, which I pre-prepared, but it's all come now. But so I sang this one song, and all of a sudden, falsetto just came out of my mouth on Who Needs Love Like That, which then came on to be our first single. But I'd never tried it before, you know, and I was a huge Jimmy Somerville fan, you know, and I was going to be in the cathedral choir in my school, in my grammar school, which I never was, but because of my voice, you know. And really, it sounds quite vain, but I loved my voice, and I just thought, you know, this is kismet, you know. And but I wasn't going to hang all of my hopes upon this one day, so I just enjoyed myself, went home, and then the next day the phone rang, and I knew it was them. And I answered the phone, and they said, "Oh, hi, this is Mute Records. Vince is very interested. He would love to work with you. Would you like to record an album with him?" You know, but he had a single coming out already, because he was kind of doing the Soul to Soul thing before Soul to Soul did it with different kinds of singers. But his producer said, "No, you have to get another single singer." So I think he was just looking for the. I think a gay man was ideal for him. Yeah. Because you know, he's kind of one of those. I wouldn't say alpha males, but he's very sensitive. You know, he's really sensitive, and he wants the fairest thing for everybody. So, and I said, "Yes, please. I would love to have the job." And they put me on £150 retainer for like about 3 months before we started recording. So I went and took my then girlfriend, who'd helped me come out, to Ibiza. And we ended up on in the middle of the night on the square in Ibiza town, and these 2 guys came up to me. I was on a bench and said, "Oh, would you like to come and stay with us?" And I said, "Oh, yes, please. Oh, here's my friend." And they said, "Oh no, it's okay," because my female friend was there. So we got a hotel. But eventually we went into the studio with Vince, and I was kind of like so awestruck that I just was sitting in the studio staring at him, you know, which he might have thought I was a serial killer or something, you know. But I knew he was Cancerian. So I thought, well, I'm going to penetrate your shell, however you would like to take that, you know.
And what did he say to that?
Well, he didn't say anything. I mean, they were honestly, they were making me try to feel so comfortable, telling me jokes and stuff, you know. But you know how straight men are with their humor. It's kind of I didn't really quite get the humor, so I had boys visiting me in the studio, and because I was kind of showing off to these boys, and then Vince assumed that I might be gay, you know, so I kind of told him. I think it came out in an interview that we did together. So, but he's always been totally cool with everything, you know. Cheers.
Wow. Cheers to you. Hey, we just got something in the chat. You might remember, let's see, a gentleman named David Perry, P-A-R-R-Y, said that he toured with you as the tour accountant a number of years ago, and he's now living out here in the Palm Springs area in Rancho Mirage.
Yes, I think I do remember him, and he was quite a hunk, if I remember.
Wow.
he always wore bicycle shorts. If it's the same guy that I'm thinking of.
Well, he's not showing us at least I'm not seeing him online, but that's it. At least you've got a good memory of that. That's fantastic.
I always have to see the person or hear the voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, where is it?
Oh, there oh, there he is.
Hi, Andy.
Hello, how are you?
Very good. I'm still in touch with my favorite twin backing singers, Veronique and Clarice. Annick, yeah. I'll tell them we connected today. They'll be thrilled. But thank you for doing this today.
Are they still working? Are they in the UK?
No, I'm here in this valley. I live in Rancho Mirage, which is right next to Palm Springs, and I'm working for Blue Shield of California, including leading their what we call employee resource groups tied to Pride.
Brilliant, lovely.
Great to see you today.
You too, sir. You too.
David, thank you so much for saying hi today and reaching out. That's a great story, and it's really fun. You know, the music business back in the '80s was certainly was really a fun time. You know, MTV had just come on. I think you got a lot of exposure through MTV. You probably probably got a little later. A little later. Yeah, because what year was your first single? 79 or 80?
Well, our first single was 86, but our first kind of breakthrough in the US was 89, I think.
Was it that late? Okay, it was later than that. Yeah.
80 or 89. I can't remember.
Yeah.
And we just got so many albums. It's unbelievable. You know, but that's how
25 million. You've sold 25 million albums.
In the old, like 50s, they would be doing 100 albums.
I know.
In their career, you know.
Yeah.
It was like one after the other, after the other, after the other, you know.
Yeah. Did you see I recently saw the biopic on the Monkees, and that was interesting. It had some truth, obviously, to it, but they were pushed to continuously release albums. Did you ever feel that pressure to produce, or were you able to be more artists and do it on your own schedule?
Not at all. I mean, everything that we've done has always been at our own pace, and you know, I mean, artists are kind of like racehorses, you know, and they get, you know, the bosses, they get their fillies to come along when they're 21, when they're at the peak of their fitness, and they make a bet. And it literally, you know, they make a bet, and it's I even found that I thought that was part of my kind of like gay kind of christening, if you like, in the US, you know, because apart from, bless his heart, Sylvester, who was a god, he was a god, you know, and some other people, surely that I don't know, you know, but and Tom Robinson here in the UK, we you know, I made that pact, you know. I said to my then boyfriend of came to be 25 years, you know, he said, don't come out, it will ruin your chances of success. I was just, you know something, honey, I said, I'm not prepared to you know, take that. I don't want to lie, you know. I want to tell it how it is, and to hell with the consequences, you know. And people don't realize how powerful, and still to this very day, you know, media and the radio, TV, everything is so kind of macho, or call it macho, but they're the ones that like a good slapping, you know. But we had so many. I have to take my hat off. You know, we had Seymour Stein, Howie Klein, the guy from Elektra, Clive Davis.
Oh, Clive Davis, yeah.
And even Madonna, you know, her manager, they all put bets on Erasure to like calm and, you know, try and conquer the top 10 at least. And we almost got there. And in that time, I'm not saying it's worse than it is now, because I think now, I mean, it's so saturated, you kind of like, you only get one chance. You know, in those days, you had more than one chance, you know, and I was kind of like really, really upset when I found out that Joni Mitchell had been dropped by Warner Brothers, because that's like dropping Picasso.
Right.
You know?
Right, from an art museum. I know, I get it.
Yeah. You know, that's like redundant.
I know. So I want to go back to something a minute ago. You talked about coming out, but let's because this is the HIV Aging Positively Reunion Project. One of the questions that came up in the chats is, did you experience discrimination or different attitudes after revealing your HIV status, particularly in the entertainment business?
Well, I want to refer to a story that I had quite a few things written down, but one in particular was I'm not sure which year it was, but we were on tour. I think we were in the US, and we got this call. Some call came through from the editor of the News of the World, which was like, you know, a Murdoch-owned paper. What a surprise, you know, in 1998, no, it's 1988 or something, to say they got a call from this guy who'd claimed that, well, he'd stolen my jacket in the nightclub Heaven, and we were boyfriends. I never knew this boy in my life, and that I'd infected him with HIV, and it was totally untrue. You know, I'd had, I mean, my partner Paul, he became positive in, I think it was, let's see, about 19. Sorry, I'm just looking through my notes. It doesn't really matter. Okay. But anyway, he became positive before me, and then he wouldn't have sex with me because he didn't want to infect me. You see, but I'd had my appendix out, and the same time I had my appendix out, they took a blood test, and my blood test was negative. So we had this proof that this boy was lying, you know, and my Paul, he had to take a letter down to the newspaper offices. They wouldn't let him in the building, even in the vicinity of the building. He passed the letter through the gate post to somebody on the other side, you know, and they said, we're going to print this article that Andy Bell has infected this guy with HIV. So I'd called my parents and my gran and said, look, if you see this story on the weekend, on Sunday, in the News of the World, now defunct, don't believe, of course, it's not true, right? But so this, I was very fortunate, you know, but this was hanging over my head the whole time. And, you know, I mean, Erasure was kind of rising and rising and rising. We went to, you know, up until 1995, you know, and I'm not sure when this all happened, but I found out that I was HIV positive in 1998. Okay. And, you know, I was in Mallorca. Paul had gone over to see the tennis in Wimbledon, and he said, to one of our dear friends, I'm really concerned about Andy. Can you go and check on him? So he went and checked on me, and I was in the bed. I had double pneumonia, which counts for AIDS, and they took me to the hospital, and the nurses said, you've got AIDS, and they were very kind of, they saved my life, you know. They were quite dismissive, and it really, really hurt. You know, when they put the cannulas into your arm, They weren't being gentle, you know, they were kind of being really, really rough.
This was in 98?
This was in 1998.
Wow.
Yeah, that hurt me more than anything else, was being there, you know, but they saved my life, you know, so I can't complain about this, you know.
Sure. How about the entertainment business, though? You know, I found the entertainment business to be fairly forgiving, the record and radio industry.
Sorry, you froze.
Gay radio and what's that? Oh, sorry about that. I think
Yeah,
we're back now.
Just a bit, middle bit, yeah.
Okay. Are you back? Are we back now? Yeah, I think
back.
so. So back in the day, when we used to go to radio and record conferences, Billboard, all those, we had a group of LGBT or gay radio friends, mostly gay men, but some lesbian women in the industry as well. We used to get together and go out, and we had our own little secret society because we didn't feel we could be out during that time of the business. And obviously things have changed now. There's really not much of a need for that. But I mean, for the most part, the industry, I felt, was fairly accepting of both HIV status and of being LGBTQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, you know, to a certain extent it was. And as I said before, you know, it was kind of like you were a rank outsider, you know, but with talent, you know. So, and it is a gamble. You know, the whole thing is a gamble. People don't realize it. It's the same as a roulette table, you know. And and people don't realize what you're up against. You know, they think like, oh well, you know, this record only got to number 12, like blah blah blah. That's your worth. Do you know what I mean? And I think, well, you don't really know what's you know, I mean, it's amazing. I find it amazing with the longevity of our career, which I think it's, you know, with being with Vince, who's very sad as far as media goes, you know, and he's always insisted on being below the radar, and and it's also like kind of like no news is the best news, because people are kind of like wondering what are you doing and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, it's like we were never ever featured like in the rock press, you know, which I thought, you know, being an out gay man and then later on out HIV positive man was the most rock and roll thing that you could do. You know, but all the rock and roll papers, no
Rolling Stone cover,
never ever. They did not want to be associated with it in whatsoever.
But you know, again, 25 million albums sold and all the downloads and everything else that happens now, you know, you can laugh all the way to the bank with residuals and, you know, all that fun stuff. So, hey, you know, if you don't have a #1 record, who cares?
I'm sorry, you know, I just I have to get it off my chest, but
I know, I get it.
I'm not bitter, honestly.
No, and I understand it, you know, but and having been on the other side, on the radio side, I know the manipulation that went on with charts. So, you know, not having a #1 song, you know, Disco Duck by Rick Dees was a #1 song, and you know, there's no longevity to that song.
You know, we get like you know, we play in Utah all the time. We're like really popular in Utah and Texas, you know, and DJs are asked to come to see the show for free, and they don't play us. So it's like, hello, you know.
Now, one of the questions that came up in the chat, this is actually from someone in Texas. Do any of your songs allude to HIV? He said, I feel there could be a few, but I have yet to hear anything that I could definitely say, yes, this lyric is about HIV.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard for me, you know, I can't, I'm quite a random person. You know, I kind of like, I try to make it about a story, and I try to make it personally specific, but I find that really difficult. You know, I'm still trying to to do that, you know. I kind of, I think our closest probably to that was World Be Gone, which was, I think, 3 albums ago.
Okay.
I think there was one song, or there's a song called Careful What You Wish For, but there's another song about being, laying on the steps of City Hall, you know, which was about, you know, I forget, you know, we were, when I must admit, you know, Jimmy Somerville is my hero, you know, and Boy George too, you know, but Jimmy Somerville, he was the activist out there on the front line, along with Peter Tatchell, you know, and I've done kind of like quite a few documentaries, and you end up not appearing in them, you know, after you've said your thing. So it's a bit frustrating, but, you know, for me, Jimmy has always been the one, you know, and I kind of, sometimes, I mean, it's, you know, Jimmy fans and our fans, we, you know, when we do gigs together, we did a gig for Daisy Chain, which is for food for HIV people, you know, but it's kind of like this tension between the fans, you know, because I'm the soft version,
right?
And Jim is the activist person, you know.
No doubt.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the soft side. So, what's your most personal? This is another question from one of our participants today. What's the most personal song you've written or that was performed by Erasure? Either you've written yourself or that you've performed as the Erasure.
I wrote one song about my mum, which was very difficult because she was an alcoholic, you know, and she was on her deathbed, and my father had like a nervous breakdown or more, you know, and there was no longer any way he could take care of her, and so we all intervened. We have 6 children in our family. I'm the oldest. We put her into a home where she was the youngest person in the home, and it was the most heart-wrenching thing that I've ever had to do, you know. And fortunately, the home was run by Muslims then, and so there was not a drop of drink in the house, and she wasn't allowed to drink, you know. And since then, she's amazing. I mean, she's had strokes, you know, and she's so tough, you know. She's a punk. That's where I get my spirit from, you know. And she'll do hunger strikes. She'll do all the stuff to keep her power, you know. But we saved her life.
So what was the song that came from that?
That song was called "Storm in a Teacup," which is kind of like I don't like to listen to it because I don't like to trivialize my mum because she's a brilliant, special lady, you know. And we were really, really close when we were younger. The things we talked about was amazing, you know.
Well, let's continue down the road. You know, we're all, many of us who are at this conference today virtually, and even in the room today, we're no spring chickens anymore. We are aging, and we're dealing with a lot of topics around aging. That's what we've been talking about today, except for you. No. So just give us just some thoughts and words of wisdom that you wanted to impart, because I know you did some preparation. This turned into more of an interview than I expected it to be, and I thank you for that because I've enjoyed it. But I also want to give you space and time to also communicate some of the things that you wanted to get across today.
Well, let me have a look at my words. But
by the way, the flowers are beautiful.
Oh, thank you. They're in the background. Yeah, I think, let's see. I mean, I was quite cruel when to get my mum into the home, you know, and I said to her, "Oh, I've got HIV," right? And that was kind of like me being cruel. That was me trying to shock her into some kind of submission you know, which I wouldn't advise it. I wouldn't advise that to anybody else, but that was one of those things, you know. And our school was very progressive. It was founded by Henry VIII, and it was an all boys school, and then got mixed from the first year, from the next year after I joined, and then from the top year above going down, you know. So it joined up. But I'm just reading a little bit from this thing. It says, to be honest, the town was too small for a boy like me, and I wanted to be in a band, and I used up all the cottages. I believe you call them tea rooms in the US. I was only ever brave enough to spy through the hole, and it would only be a matter of time before I got caught, even though I had girlfriends, inverted commas. I much preferred to fool around with the lads at school, in secret, of course, to the point when no one would speak to me for a few terms. I did pluck up the courage to tell a couple of older prefects that I was in love with them. They lived a couple of doors down from the school. I went and knocked on the door, and they opened the door. I said, well, I just have to tell you, I love you. You know? And I was like 15 or 16, you know, and they said, they were just pretending, and they walked around the school holding hands for shock value, although later I slept with one of them, like he's, you know, not saying anything else more. But anyway, and then in one of our school assemblies, one boy or a couple of boys were suspended for saying that Jesus was gay, that he was probably gay. And I thought it was perfectly reasonable and feasible that he was gay. And the only time I presented an assembly, which is the preschool service of the day, it was supposed to be about nuclear disarmament. So I played Atomic by Blondie, which I thought was quite appropriate, you know. Let's see. Well, I mean, I was very fortunate, you know, I moved down to London with one of my then girlfriends, and she was training to be a social worker. So I moved down with a whole group of social workers and promised this girl who got pregnant in school, and then her mum had died really early on. So we kind of made friends, and I promised her that I would move her to London. And her brother was gay, and he would come and tell us all stories of he went to heaven, like cha-cha-cha, this club, you know, and he had sex last night with his boyfriend and it really hurt him. And I was like thinking like, oh, what hurt? You know, like not knowing anything, you know, about it. And then we did move to London. We moved to London, and then my then girlfriend, she helped me come out, went joining some of the local gay youth projects. And I was fortunate enough to, I mean, I got picked on by London gay queens in the youth group for being too posh, you know, with my voice and stuff, which I was from a council estate anyway. So I was quite rough where I came from, you know, but because it wasn't London accent, they like poured water on me and did all these things anyway. But then I met this guy, Jonathan, who was lives in a gay cooperative house. So I went there, and that's where I got my education, because they had one girl, Lisa Power, or she was working for Shelter. Now they're all big names, like in, you know, society. And
sure.
And then the Pink newspaper, I went along with my boyfriend then, Jonathan, who was like the reporter, and I would take photos of people in clubs, like reviewing the clubs and things like that, you know. And then there's another guy called Nick Partridge, who was a boyfriend of one of our other people in the flat, who became Sir Nick Partridge, working for the Terence Higgins Trust here in the UK. So this was all just circumstance, you know. And I just felt like this kind of like, you know, dumb little actor that had come from this town, like, you know, a bit like Marilyn, I don't know
Yeah.
if she came from Lubbock or if that was Buddy Holly. I'm not sure. But anyway.
Well,
so,
Marilyn was here. Marilyn used to be here in Palm Springs.
oh, bless her.
Yes.
I love her, you know. But then I started going out and I was very shy on my own and saw Boy George, Marilyn, Kenny Everett, all these people. And one of my flatmates said to me, oh, I used to rehearse along to records to Communards, Alison Moyet, and he said, right, this is going to be you in a year's time. And I thought, how do you know? And then it came true. You know, that came true. That came true.
So Vince is here in the U.S. Have you? Are you planning a move to the U.S.? Are you staying across the pond?
Yeah, I would not plan a move to the US. We looked into it, and you know, my first husband passed. He was from California, and now my new husband is from Miami, and we find it best. I mean, I was about to get a green card. It was literally the day before. We were in the lawyer's office in New York, and he said, "Do you realize if you sign this green card, you're going to be taxed as a single white man, which is the highest tax threshold you can get in the whole of America, and you won't have any medical insurance. You'll have to pay, like being an HIV positive man, that would be impossible, you know? Yeah. That's one thing I have to tell you is, you know, now when we go on tour, I'm literally walking on a tightrope without a net underneath because, you know, I would have to do full on medical examinations before the tour, you know, before.
Yeah.
But now I just thought, like, what the hell? You know, it's kind of, there's no use, there's no point, because I'm not going to be in that position. You know, if anything did happen to me at that point where I'm going to be fighting to like pay for my, you know, medical bills, you know. Yeah. You know, it's free here, and it's like what these. It's like I think my boyfriend understands now. You know, because we have free medical service here in the UK, which is honestly is incredible since the Second World War, doesn't mean that you're a socialist country.
Right.
You know, and
we all know.
Don't need to fear a word which is socialist. You don't need to fear that word, you know? It's a word, it doesn't mean anything, you know?
Right, exactly. I know, but luckily with our group, the people that we have here, I think you're finding friends, and I think you're finding people that completely agree with our position, and especially many living with HIV and all the issues that surrounded having healthcare over the years and medicine and.
I mean, it's lovely. I have to say, every time I've been there, you know, in the US, and we're touring around, you know, we've always found allies. We've always found doctors that are willing to see me, and they, you know, they'll do my tests and things, and they'll say, Andy, you're fine. They say, you take this, you're going to be fine. You know? Yeah. I love that. I love that. Yeah. That's humanity. That is caring, and that is not demonizing people.
Exactly. And Andy, what a perfect way to end. You've been so generous with your time today. I just want to say thank you on behalf of our world community and everyone here today. And it's such a pleasure that you could join us for the Aging Positively Reunion Project in Palm Springs, California. And we hope you'll be on tour in the US. Are there any plans?
We're coming in January in the US. Our first show is in 2 weeks tomorrow in Glasgow. That's why I have pink eye. That's the pressure, you see.
Oh dear, yes.
But yes, we'll be there in January. And I want to thank you so much for letting me be part of this program. I hope I wasn't too political for you.
Oh, no, we love you being political. It's actually fine. We like that.
Good, good.
We so like that. Andy, again, thank you so much, everyone. I don't know if you can see everybody on your screen, if you hit that, broad view where you get 100 squares somewhere, you'll see all these people, yay. So Andy Bell, Erasure fame. So want to say thank you today. And this has been really a highlight for me to have a chance to talk with you today, and a hero from being out and proud and who you are and writing music and performing music that speaks to our community and speaks to our trials and tribulations. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Certainly enjoyed it. Thanks again. And I'd like to thank everyone who participated today in the conference. Our conference team, including JP Allen, Christopher Christensen, Stephen Hankey, Julie Hirsch, Valario, Iovina, Brett Klein, Sue Lowe, Jack Newby, Candace Nichols, Rebecca Sandlin, Jeff Taylor, and CJ Tobe. I don't think I missed anybody except myself, Brad Furr. And I want to say thank you all for joining us today and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Keep on fighting. Take nothing for granted.